Good morning and welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission's semi-annual hearing for its energy efficiency program. We are on the record. This is case number 9648 and was duly noticed on August 17th, 2021 for us to receive this update from our program administrators as well as relevant stakeholders and parties to this matter. We'll begin today by hearing from a number of stakeholders, including staff, Office of People's Counsel, and the Maryland Energy Administration. Later on this morning, we will transition to the program administrators, and after lunch, we will hear from some of the work group leaders and members of the public. As in the past, the commissioners have reviewed all of the presentations and the reports filed by the program administrators. To the extent that the parties wish to highlight any items in particular, please make them stand out. It's easier for us to get the essence of your argument or any recommendations. We have reviewed all the materials in advance, so it's not necessary to retread all of that ground yet again. I also recognize that this is the first semi-annual hearing of this new 2021 to 2023 program cycle. So there have been some changes, and obviously these programs continue to be affected by COVID. We're not necessarily setting new records with respect to megawatts saved and the cost of these programs. So thank you again for being with us here today. We will begin by hearing from our commission staff. Mr. Dan Hurley is here with us. He provided extensive comments with respect to the submissions. Good morning, Mr. Hurley.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of the Commission staff. With me this morning are Michael Dean and James Greger of our staff council, and also Joe Loper of Loper Energy, if the Commission has any questions they want to get into on the EMB reports and cost effectiveness reports. So I do not have a presentation this morning, so everyone viewing at home gets to see my face in the full screen for most of this presentation this morning. Generally speaking, we got off to a pretty good start. First half of vertical, it's pretty consistent in other first halves of the first year program cycle in the past. As the chairman noted, this is our start of our fifth EmPOWER Maryland program cycle. So at this now.
Mr. Hurley?
Yes.
We're having some connectivity issues with your signal. Perhaps if you turn off your camera, that might improve the audio.
Okay. Is this clearer?
Yes, so far so good. Thank you.
Okay. So I was basically saying that we got off to a generally a good start for the first half of the first year program cycle, pretty consistent with what we've seen in first years and previous program cycles. We also submitted the evaluation, verification, and cost effectiveness reports for the program year 2020 from last year. And as noted, the evaluation noted that the programs are achieving the savings they are claiming this to achieve. And also, we're still seeing portfolio level cost effectiveness across the electric utilities, Washington Gas. And of course, DHCD's programs are not cost effective, but the limited income programs are not required to be cost effective. So I'm going to just take the rest of my time this morning on the filing by Virginia Towers on DHCD's program and the budgets. Traditionally in the past, when we were seeing budget issues or a utility was exceeding budgets based on increased or unexpected participation, the utilities could file with the commission a budget increase request. Now, over time, we shifted things around to offer flexibility within a residential portfolio or a commercial portfolio, that the utilities can move funds around within those portfolios to a certain percentage increase without needing full commission approval. This is a trickier for DHCD as far as moving funds around within their programs, because their budgets are tied to the utility. So, for example, BG, if the MEHA program for BG is anticipated budget, BG is not going to be able to tap into a SMEC or budget for funds over, since the customer are going to be providing the fund specific utility. Based on some surcharge and bill impacts, we've seen some, let's say, less utilities and DHC are less inclined to make these budget requests based on potential bill impacts and surcharge increases. With that in mind, we do have a kind of unique situation this year with the MEHA program, in that DHCD in the BG territory has already subscribed all its budget for the 3 years within really the first 6 months, which is based on participation and interest in the program, which I think is a good thing, given in the past that we've always been we've rollovered cycle funds from this program into the next program cycle because they were unused. So this is kind of unique. DHCD is kind of hit a cap.
Mr. Hurley?
Yes.
Well, we're continuing to have audio connection issues with your line. Do you happen to have the phone number where you could call in?
I do.
Thanks. If we could just
give me a moment, please.
Sure. Let's take a minute. Thank you.
Chairman, this is Joe Loper. I will shut my video off in case that's claiming some bandwidth. Might free it up. And y'all have seen enough of me, probably.
This is Dan Hurley calling in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Dan, although now we have an echo.
Yeah, I got to close my other thing out. All right, I closed out of my the WebEx, so it should be, the echo should be gone now.
It is. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize for the technology issues. So I was kind of just describing how we went through budget requests in the past, and how, with the electric utilities and Washington Gas, there's the ability to move budgets around within the residential or commercial portfolio, and talking about how it's a trickier situation for DHCD because, their budgets are tied to the specific utility, i.e. if the BG MEHA budget is capped out, they really just can't shift over to a SMECO or a PHI budget to help support the BG side of that program. And I was also mentioning that there's been a general unwillingness to request additional funds based on the potential bill impacts and surcharge impacts. What I wanted to say here is, however, this is kind of a unique situation where with this MEHA program, traditionally in the past, we've had funds carried over from program cycle to program cycle, not necessarily having a program budget expended within the first half of a program cycle. So I think what we need to consider, I think, was we need DHCD, which should provide staff and the parties with some additional information, including how many applications are in the pipeline that are not able to be funded at this time, and possibly send us a potential budget adjustment that we need to review and look at the bill impacts. And then we can determine whether or not a budget increase is appropriate for the Commission's consideration to keep this, to keep this program moving forward. As again, this is they've kind of hit their budget cap based on the interest in the program. And with that, I'm available for questions on that topic or any other issues for the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. On that last topic with respect to DHCD and MEHA, we'll be hearing from others today, including the department, with respect to its budget and projects. In your comments, at the very end of the comments, you had a short section on MEHA, and you noted that there were 805 forecasted participants for the first half of 2021, but reported participants were 0. Do you recall that?
Yes, I'm getting to that table right now.
It's on page 59.
Yes, and I think the reason that you see that discrepancy there is it's applications, it's programs, and it's applications in process, it's audits in progress. So there's the potential for that MEHA with the already supplied applications has reached its budget cap for that for that particular program. It's not reflective of the completed job. So the 0 in that table is based on completed jobs.
So if I understand correctly, there have been 0 completed jobs during the first half of 2021?
Yes.
And 805, it's under the column of participants, but effectively, is that jobs, 805 jobs?
That'd be 805 completed jobs as well.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry to delve into the definitions. And in terms of projects, one project, let's say a large condominium building would have multiple jobs in it, correct? Is that right?
Yeah, so there's a multiple apartments and condos within a building, and those would be projects within the building.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to understand, and we'll ask DHCD later on today why the forecast was off so much. I suspect they're listening in at this point. Thank you, Mr. Hurley. Most of my questions were answered through your comments. Do other commissioners have questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hurley, I wanted to see what staff thought of the progress and efficacy of the pilots being run on disaggregation by BG&E and SMECO. Do you have any thoughts or any monitoring of that? What's going on there from staff's perspective?
Yes, Commissioner, I believe those pilots have concluded, and we included information in our work group report in the EMB on the EMB side of those two pilots. I think generally speaking, we didn't have enough participants to really come up with any statistically significant results, but I think there was a general move that it was useful information to have, and we believe that it's worthy to keep continuing to look at some kind of disaggregation within the behavioral programs to determine how we can better serve the customers.
Okay, so should we expand the pilot? Should we continue the pilot? Should we? How do we continue to look at this?
Yeah, I don't think we need to continue necessarily running the pilots as they stand. I think the utilities can continue to include that messaging within their behavioral reports and with their analysis through their contractors. So that can continue on without necessarily being part of a pilot anymore.
Yeah, I don't find that very satisfying. We'll ask the utilities when they come up, but I was hoping for much more concrete and definitive results from these behavioral pilots, and I'm not feeling it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for staff?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Commissioner Richard, please. Commissioner Richard first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Hurley, for your presentation this morning. A couple of questions. First, as you know, the commission now has a responsibility given by the legislature to also take into consideration environmental goals of the state, greenhouse gas reduction goals of the state. How is that working into this cycle? I didn't really hear a lot about it or any mention of it in the staff comments. I thought OPC had some interesting points that they made in their comments, and just wanted to find out where are we going. But one of the comments that were made in the OPC comments was that utilities currently do not report reductions, greenhouse gas reductions. Do we need to take any actions now to be in compliance?
Yes, Commissioner. I think what we can do is we can update our reporting templates with the utilities file to include some greenhouse gas information for your consideration as you review each semi-annual period. And I know this, I guess the law went into effect on October 1st. It was kind of on a timeline where utilities filed before October 1st, parties filed after October 1st. I mean, generally speaking, with an energy efficiency program, given the number, the amount of savings we have, obviously that's going to assist in our greenhouse gas goals for the state. It also assists with our RPS obligations, as that's, the energy efficiency reductions will reduce the compliance necessary to meet the RPS statutory requirements. But we can,
Great, thank you.
We'll probably be updating our staff templates to include more information on the greenhouse gas in the future.
Great, thank you. And this was meant as no criticism. It's just simply, should we be taking any action at this point or providing any guidance going forward? So I appreciate that answer. I'm also interested in any kind of updates, and maybe this is going to be later in the day, but from staff perspective on the financing pilot program. Is that progressing? Is that program going into effect soon?
Commissioners, my understanding that program is going to be going into effect, I think, at the beginning of the next year to get us our 2-year pilot run for that program. I know we've been talking about some definitions and some reporting templates to go along with the future reporting for the finance pilot, but I believe that is on track to kick off.
Perfect, good. And are we going to be having a cost recovery work group report later today?
I think the cost recovery work group report is on the work group report, and that was kind of an update. That was more of a status report with a final report that's going to be due in April of next year. I think the highlight in there is that, we're trying to coordinate some of these reports with our future EmPOWER programming work group, which is meeting really on a almost weekly basis. And also, I think with some of the rate design information, we're trying to coordinate with, PC44 had the distribution time of use rate pilot that just completed. And I know that group's been meeting, and I believe there's a hearing set for early January. So along with what we're doing in EmPOWER, we're definitely trying to coordinate with these other work groups to make sure that the commission getting a consistent message from the various work groups. We don't want to have, I don't think we want 3 work groups to give the commission 3 separate recommendations that might not be linked together.
Okay, good. Now that's great to hear. I was just a little bit alarmed when I read the VEIC report. It sounded like things were not moving, forward, whether it's on rate design concepts that I think were presented by MEA, anything along the lines of performance and incentive mechanisms. So that's good to hear. So there are multiple work groups, if I'm hearing you correctly, that are addressing this, and hopefully we will have some solid recommendations in the near future. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, so the future program work group is going to be discussing cost recovery and performance incentive mechanisms and some rate design issues. And I think we might have been pushed back to later January now. But I think given the various work groups working on this, we definitely want to make sure we're coordinated and with reports that are due on April 15th of next year for the commission's consideration, so we can have a consistent message on how we want to move forward with even, I think rate design it goes beyond EmPOWER, obviously. If we're looking at some time use rates on distribution rates, or if it's going to be on supply rates, that's, EmPOWER, we really focus on the surcharge for what we're doing with the cost recovery. But we'll definitely, we're looking forward to the coordination with these other work groups to provide the commission with that. Hopefully,
Okay,
the message.
Thank you for that. And again, I know there's a lot of resistance to changes in cost recovery, and it's been kind of moving very slowly and trying to consider PIMs. So we'll count on staff to please let the commissioners know if there's anything that we should be doing to try to keep things moving along. So thank you, Mr. Hurley, for your report, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hurley, I just have a question on page 6 of your comments.
I'm getting to them right now.
Okay. Let me know when you're there.
I am here.
Okay. In that final paragraph, or at the bottom of the page, in its final analysis, Loper Energy, you see that little paragraph?
Yes.
That last sentence says the verification report discusses numerous evaluation related issues, at least one of which the commission should be aware of. But then I don't really see anything that said which one we should be paying particular attention to. Is that, is there something we should be paying particular attention to?
Commissioner, I think that sentence should have been deleted. It should not have been on there. There's various evaluated related issues that we are focusing on. I think when this might have been a kind of a leftover from the last time we were kind of bringing up that lighting issue from last year. But there are various recommendations in the verification report that are related to the evaluation.
All right. Thank you very much. I thought that was it. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something that I missed that you thought we should be paying particular attention to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I just had a follow-up question, piggybacking on Commissioner Richards' comment earlier regarding the new legislation and the suggestion that we should collect some additional information about the environmental impact of some of these programs. That same legislation also has an impact to the labor and employment industry as well. And so since EmPOWER Maryland does have a fairly significant labor and impact, as the staff is considering revisions to the data collection process, they should also keep that component of the legislation in mind as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will keep that in mind. We know that with all the various contractors and the various programs of EmPOWER, there is definitely an employment impact, and we can outline a table or template to provide the commission with that kind of information moving forward.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was my only comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton, and thank you, Mr. Hurley, and to commission staff for their comments and participation. We'll now turn to the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. And if the representatives, when you first speak, if you could please identify yourself by name and title. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Zenger on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. We would like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to provide comments on the EmPOWER program. OPC is an enthusiastic supporter of EmPOWER. We recognize that EmPOWER provides important benefits to consumers while conserving energy and helping Maryland move towards meeting crucial greenhouse gas reduction goals. There are two main points that I would like to highlight from our review of the semi-annual reports. The first is that there's significant room for improvement with the midstream programs, specifically with heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. This is made more concerning by the fact that the HVAC programs, a major channel for the adoption of heat pump water heaters, are generally falling below forecasted goals. The Maryland Climate Change Commission's Building Energy Transition Plan sets a target of 50% of residential HVAC and water heater sales to be heat pumps by 2025 and 95% by 2030. These programs will have to become much more effective in order to meet this goal. OPC's second recommendation is in regard to work groups. We recognize the value of the collaborative process that the work groups bring to EmPOWER. However, some work groups could benefit from additional direction from the Commission. There are some work groups that have not met recently, including the midstream work group, and others that could probably intensify their efforts. The Commission could provide additional direction, as well as, in some cases, decision-making when a consensus cannot be reached. OPC works with VEIC as a consultant on the EmPOWER program, and Dylan Voorhees of VEIC will be giving a presentation now on behalf of OPC. Mr. Voorhees will provide additional information regarding these points. We welcome any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. As Nicole said, my name is Dylan Voorhees. I'm a senior consultant with VEIC, and I have some slides to share with you, which I will do now. Can you now see my slides?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you this morning some highlights of our comments on behalf of OPC. I have a couple of topics to focus on, consistent with your direction, Mr. Chairman, focus on some highlights, and I will dive right into those. The first thing I'd like to state, and it's consistent with the OPC's strong support of this program overall, is that EmPOWER continues to yield savings well below the cost of delivered electricity. You can see here in this table the total expenditures and the total lifetime savings, which yield a cost per savings on the order of 3 cents a kilowatt hour, with a little bit of variation, but delivering savings well below the cost of delivered savings, making this program extremely beneficial to Maryland ratepayers. When we look across the board, and as you will recall, the focus of our analysis on behalf of OPC is the residential portfolio. And if you look at across the residential portfolio, you'll see that not all utilities hit their semi-annual savings targets for all of their programs. But I think the overall results are satisfactory given market conditions and given this early stage in the cycle. One of the reasons to have a 3-year cycle is to give the utilities the ability to adapt over time. And although there are some exceptions, as a general matter, we're not concerned about little bits of variation above or below. But one area that we are concerned about, and this has been a concern that we've talked about in the past and are continued to escalate, is in the midstream and channels, which cuts across a couple of program areas. One of those is within the appliance program, which is one of the most important ways to deliver heat pump water heaters. And we're concerned about the numbers for heat pump water heaters in the appliance program, and we're also concerned about the lack of progress using the midstream channel. And as you will recall, this is a strategy that is employed to target the middle of the supply chain. So from manufacturers down to the customers is a supply chain. In the middle of that supply chain are stakeholders like distributors and contractors. And today, heat pump water heater sales make up 2% of the Maryland market. So of the sales of water heaters in the state, about 2% of those are heat pumps. We look around to other jurisdictions and we see some of the leading states that have used midstream strategies for heat pump water heaters are achieving 60% market penetration. This table shows the numbers of heat pump water heaters for each of the utilities in the last semi-annual in light gray, and then in dark gray, the numbers for this semi-annual. And you can see those further broken down by downstream. So these are direct incentives directly to the customers, say at a retail store or a direct rebate, versus the midstream channel. And these numbers, you can see a number of things from this. You can see that some utilities are really not taking advantage of the midstream channel, despite some efforts. And the overall numbers are low, in fact, trending downward, and the percentage from the midstream channel is trending downward as well. We continue to have similar concerns for the HVAC program, which is a critical channel for heat pumps. These are for space heating and cooling, efficient space heating and cooling. And those are also trending below goals. These are the savings on the left for the previous cycle, and on the right for the current semi-annual period. This chart shows participation, spending, and savings against each of the utilities' targets. And you can tell that this trend is not a new trend. This is actually a concern pre-pandemic, although of course the pandemic is not it has not necessarily made anything easier. Heat pumps and heat pump water heaters are critical to Maryland's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act plan and the recently approved Building Energy Transition Plan, which was approved by the Maryland Climate Commission. Those plans call for dramatic increases in heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. So this lack of progress is particularly concerning because of the importance of those measures. The Building Energy Transition Plan sets a target of 50% of residential HVAC and water heater sales to be heat pumps by 2025. That is not far in the future, and that's a significant increase in market share is required in the current cycle in order to be on track for that. And as you can see, the target further sets a 95% of sales being heat pumps by 2030. But we know, although this seems like there really is a long way to go, and there is, we know from other jurisdictions that midstream strategies for heat pumps and heat pump water heaters can dramatically increase market adoption. On the other end of the spectrum, unfortunately, we also know that unsuccessful engagement with manufacturers and distributors and others that operate in the midstream can lead to those stakeholders becoming frustrated with those programs, and those can take a long time to repair those damages if that happens. So we think EmPOWER needs a focused, fresh effort for midstream heat pump and heat pump water heaters before we see negative impacts to those markets. So obviously want to talk about what some of the remedies are for these concerns. And EmPOWER is not the only program to struggle to reach potential for midstream HVAC and water heaters, but the evidence is very clear to us that a more effective use of this midstream strategy is the only way that Maryland will meet its objectives for decarbonization and electrification. In many program areas, customer service is key to a program's success. And in a midstream program, the customer, in many ways, is the distributor. We think EmPOWER should take a more distributor-focused approach, which has worked well in other jurisdictions. I'm happy to answer questions about any of this and about what we mean by this, but it certainly includes more consistent and more responsive communication about the program, about the incentives and how those incentives are delivered with the distributors and other key midstream partners. We recommend an independent process evaluation be conducted for HVAC heat pumps, space heating heat pumps, as well as heat pump water heaters to identify opportunities to improve the distributor experience. These process evaluations are a common tool used not just to look at the outcomes of programs, but and to measure them, which of course is an important part of our evaluation framework, but to evaluate the process of the program itself, to really work out opportunities for improvement and probe more deeply. Part of that probing is also the need for additional detail and consistency in midstream program reporting. And that's important to allow the utilities and evaluators and stakeholders to compare performance and identify where we're succeeding and where we need to make different investments. Previously, the Commission approved a request by the utilities and staff to suspend the separate midstream reports. And at the time, this was early in the spring, the Commission directed the reporting work group to identify ways that reporting could be for midstream reporting to be folded into the semi-annual reports. To our knowledge, this hasn't happened yet, and that's a concern given the performance that we're seeing. So we recommend that the Commission reissue guidance to establish appropriate new midstream reporting or reinstate the separate midstream reporting requirement that existed previously. This is not a one and done challenge. And so we recommend that the Commission direct the midstream work group to begin meeting regularly, supported by additional data and transparency to support utilities in the application of more uniform and effective midstream practices until we're seeing some better results. And we think there are a variety of program design changes that we've observed from other jurisdictions can work. And I think at the end of the day, again, that focus on distributor focus will possibly lead to some program changes that could be successful. I want to talk about lighting transition then before I conclude. As you know, the portfolio, although there's been some progress towards diversification, the portfolio is still heavily reliant on lighting for annual savings. The utilities and the EM&V work group are making progress adjusting both programs and measurement protocols to account for changes in lighting markets. And we know that the lighting markets are undergoing a rapid transformation toward LEDs, which is fantastic news for consumers, and programs are responding. It's our understanding that work group plans to continue that effort. And this effective useful life, which is a limit on the estimated duration of a lighting measure, so that you're not overcounting the savings in the future when otherwise it would be expected that the market would have adopted that efficient lighting. So those changes are positive. They were made on a consensus basis, and we think that work should continue, and that will not only make measurement more accurate, but also will give the utilities sort of feedback about the savings so that they can continue to diversify the lighting measures. They can be more targeted. So that's important progress. The other thing that's happening is the U.S. Department of Energy is moving forward with federal energy efficiency standards for lighting. They've proposed an expanded definition of general service lamps, the industry term, and those changes will significantly impact EmPOWER program savings during this program cycle. Of course, that's not true only of EmPOWER, it's true elsewhere. So the timeline is still emerging, but it is really important that that incentive programs plan ahead. One specific thing to look out for is so-called dumping of inefficient bulbs. Bulbs that won't meet the standard will become illegal after the standard takes effect. We don't want to see retailers or others sort of trying to get rid of inventory by dumping inefficient bulbs into the system just ahead of that standard. That's something that programs can anticipate and can employ strategies to make sure that that's not happening. Overall, we encourage the commission to direct the utilities to develop program changes to forecasts to reflect the anticipated changes in federal standards and also changes in these effective useful life measurements. And those standards are likely to be in effect in this program cycle. And we're not recommending one specific set of changes. We're really recommending that the utilities identify a framework for how they will make changes to what aspects of the program in advance of those standards coming, and really develop those contingency plans so that we're not caught off guard and we don't see an elimination of cost-effective savings in an unplanned for way. Commissioner Richard, you asked about greenhouse gas emission reductions, and in recognition of some of those changes and also the focus of the OPC in general, we were asked to begin looking at GHG emissions from EmPOWER residential programs this cycle to get a better sense of some of the methodology questions, and also to inform some of the goal-setting conversations that are happening in the future programming work group. So the results that are in our comments, and I'll summarize briefly today, are approximations. Really, part of the goal is to identify some of the methodological issues that we're going to need to sort out in order to have consensus measurement and reporting of greenhouse gas impacts. Just as an example, we did not attribute any emission reductions to demand savings, only to the energy savings, kilowatt hours and therms. But we know, in fact, that emissions can be much higher during peak time periods. And so we're not able to sort of have that kind of a granular approach at this time. We don't have recommendations for the commission on specific methodologies for greenhouse gas reporting at this time. Mr. Hurley suggested there's an opportunity to fold that into semi-annual reporting. There's definitely a lot of work to be done there, and it's work that other jurisdictions are doing as well. On an annual basis, the EmPOWER residential portfolio is reducing greenhouse gas emissions by a substantial amount. On an annual basis, of close to 2 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which is approximately equal to 20% of the total emissions from the residential sector. So that is not a small number. We looked at the emission reductions from different program areas on both an annual basis, which is on the left, or a first-year basis, and on a lifetime basis on the right. And for greenhouse gas emissions in particular, we believe it's really important to focus on the lifetime emissions. If you look at the annual, on the annual side, you see, not surprisingly, the behavior programs, which are the orange, and the light blue, the lighting programs, contribute most of the immediate emission reductions from programs. But if you look at the lifetime of the measures installed in programs in this time period, you see a different picture. You see that each of the program areas is contributing very substantially to emission reductions. And if you look at that across the utilities, obviously there's variation across the utilities here. If you lump it all together and you look at the lifetime, the contributions to lifetime greenhouse gases from each of the programs, you see that all of the program areas, from lighting to new construction, behavior, and home retrofit programs, they're all actually contributing very significant portions of greenhouse gas emission reductions. And that, although lighting is still a large number here, this reflects a diverse portfolio, which is a good thing for the state. Lastly, I want to, the last slide here is on some work group recommendations. There are 2 work groups coming up later today, and following on the question, Commissioner Richard, I believe you asked about cost recovery. I think Mr. Hurley has suggested there's an opportunity for some ongoing examination of cost recovery issues, and it has been a little tricky to sort out which work group is working on this issue. I think that we have a similar view that there's an opportunity for the cost recovery work group to discuss ideas around cost recovery and performance incentive mechanisms itself, in order to provide some of those ideas, do some sort of background and pre-thinking of ideas for the future programming work group. What we'd like to see is a fairly clear work plan or clear framework for how we're going to do that. But we do think there's an opportunity there for coordination. On EM&V, there's not a lot more to say. That I think that work group should continue the work that it's been doing. We're pleased with the progress and how that work group operates. On midstream, as I've stated, we think that the midstream work group should begin monthly meetings, and we encourage the Commission to direct that to happen in order to identify some of the key metrics for engaging the supply chain, to conduct that process evaluation, and otherwise identify some best practices and find out where things are working in the EmPOWER program and duplicate those, or find out where there are opportunities to bring in practices from elsewhere. As part of that, related to that, the reporting work group, as directed previously by the Commission, should adopt a reporting framework for midstream. I would caution that the needs for data around midstream are quite specialized. Things like the number of distributors that are participating in the program. So we certainly want to see any reporting informed by stakeholders who are knowledgeable about midstream programs. We would like to see the finance work group meet to receive an update on planning and implementation. It's good to hear that the pilot is on track to begin next year, but we really haven't seen how the pilot administrators plan to respond to some of the directions that the Commission gave to them earlier in the spring. So getting an update through that work group, we think, would be appropriate. We certainly continue to support the regular meetings of the limited income work group. It can continue to discuss ways to enhance those programs and broaden impacts. And finally, we also want to note a request from the OPC to reconvene the marketing work group to look at the current utility marketing practices and considering updating those guidelines if necessary, to make sure that the utilities are using marketing practices that are consistent with Commission directions in the past. With that, I'll stop. I covered a lot of ground there. I'm very happy to answer questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees. We'll start with questioning by Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Voorhees, going back to your discussion of midstream incentives and heat pump water heaters, you said there was, in some jurisdictions, there was 60%, I believe you said, market penetration. What do you mean by market penetration? That's not adoption by consumers, is it? 60% of all water heaters being purchased are heat pump water heaters?
In fact, it does, Commissioner. In the state I'm located in right now, in Vermont, and other states like Maine, and we are seeing that 60% of new water heater sales are heat pump water heaters.
So Maryland is a troglodyte, 2%, and 60% in the far-sighted state of Vermont. I find that very difficult to believe. That's astonishing.
Well, in fact, that 60% penetration is absolutely, those states are well ahead of most other states, and including states that are very strong on energy efficiency. California, for example, is very high energy efficiency savings, but they have not necessarily achieved those kinds of penetrations. I think that it indicates to us that these midstream strategies, when employed very thoughtfully with a distributor focus, can achieve very substantial market transformation. It's not something that happens overnight, but it is, we know it's possible because it's being done. And if you look at the targets that are set in those greenhouse gas reduction and building energy transition plan by the Climate Commission, you see that those are the numbers that they are looking for the state to achieve. So
Yeah.
there's a long ways to go, but we're confident that there are strategies available to make progress.
I just find I'm skeptical, I have to tell you, because you know, I live in a rural part of the state of Maryland, and you wouldn't think a rural part of the state there'd be discussions about adoption of electric vehicles, but there's a great amount of discussion, and I'm very in tune to listening to what's on the street. I have an adult life that's based on being able to do that, and I hear people even in my neck of the woods talking about adoption of EVs, and myself included. Which gives me great hope. But I don't hear people clamoring for heat pump water heaters. And I don't think a midstream incentive is going to change that. I'm skeptical that that's the case. And I don't know what's going on in Vermont. Maybe it's something in the water up there, but I'm skeptical about people clamoring for heat pump water heaters.
In fact, Commissioner, I think you're right. I think people don't get excited about water heaters of any kind, including gas water heaters or other kinds of water heaters. Eventually, water heaters fail, and customers need to replace them. In many cases, they go in and they don't. It is exactly to your point. They are not going into the store thinking, I need a heat pump water heater. They rely on the distributor or others, contractors or others, to just get them a water heater that works. If you have a midstream strategy that works with the distributors to ensure that they know the product, they are stocking the product, they know how to install the product, and in fact, they are receiving incentives at the midstream level, we know that that customer is more likely to have a heat pump water heater installed. And it's in fact directly because the customer is not necessarily looking for one that those midstream strategies can work. We do think that one of the changes that is likely to help Maryland would be to make sure that part of the incentive is actually getting passed on explicitly to the customer. This kind of even though the incentive is delivered at the midstream level, one of the things we see successful in other places is to have a portion of that incentive actually pass through, you know, on your invoice. You see that you've received that incentive, and that increases transparency, it increases buy-in by the distributor and the retailer, excuse me, the customer.
All right, thank you for that. Let me switch gears. I got one more question line, and that is dealing with the issue of dumping inefficient lighting bulbs. When Maryland transitions, we allow for the reduction of stockpiles, if you will. When we ban styrofoam containers of certain types, we allow for a time period for a reduction specifically to allow that inventory to be pumped out in the market. Are you suggesting that the manufacturers and or retailers should just eat those bulbs? What are you suggesting? Throw them away, throw them in a landfill, and just take the loss? What are you talking about here?
That's an excellent question, Commissioner. And I think it's something that the utilities should examine, and they should make plans for that are appropriate to the state. I don't have a specific recommendation for how the utilities should plan for that. What we'd like to see is for a planful approach, not a reactionary approach. Maryland also.
So let me just stop you there. So you have room in your discussion of this for some depletion of stockpiles reasonable into the market chain, so that so that people aren't eating losses, right? Am I hearing you right? And you want some reasonable plan for that, or are you just saying no reduction in stockpiles?
Well, given the timing, Commissioner, of these standards, it's not clear that we have to accumulate those stocks of inefficient bulbs, particularly if the state is sufficiently proactive to avoid sort of large stockpiling of inefficient bulbs. If they know those are not going to be kind of welcome down the line a year from now or wherever it is, when those standards come into a place. So it could be that part of the opportunity is to avoid sort of stockpiling of inefficient bulbs because manufacturers and distributors sort of got the message that, you know, that's not something that's going to be, you know, beneficial for consumers. So we may be able to avoid some of that by thinking ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Voorhees.
But it's, Commissioner, I just want to recognize it's an excellent question and not an easy concern to deal with.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Again, thank you both for your reports this morning, and I always very much enjoy the comprehensive VEIC report that OPC provides. I think it's a great contribution to Maryland's EmPOWER program. Let me start. I was interested in the HVAC and heat pump water heater discussion. Generally the commissioners, we don't get into the nitty-gritty details of these programs. So I'm interested to know, what is it we're getting so wrong with our midstream program here that is putting us so far behind other jurisdictions, leading jurisdictions, and what do we need to do to I guess order best practices and trying to get it more in line with what is working other places?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And we're definitely cognizant of not trying to push the commission to get into the program design business. So try to find the balance between giving you some examples of some kinds of program design without trying to go to the commission to set program design. And that is why, and I will try and answer your question, but it is why we think part of the response is a process response, which is to get that midstream work group, which really has not met in several years, going again, meeting regularly with the mandate to bend the needle and to demonstrate some changes. Beyond the principle that I articulated earlier, which is the program should be more distributor focused. I think there are a couple of examples, but it starts with an examination of what is going on with distributors and contractors. What is their experience? Listening to them and finding out what from them would make the turnover of product faster. We know that it takes pretty significant engagement. It is not as necessarily administratively simple to do, but in fact it requires a more engaged effort to meet with distributors, to be responsive to their needs on a more ongoing basis, to find out how many distributors in a territory are there and set some metrics for, we want all of them to participate. There are opportunities to improve communications and transparency so that all the distributors sort of understand the program. This example I gave of having a pass-through incentive so that the distributors understand how the incentive is structured and they can actually show the customers that they're passing through some of that incentive. So there are, I think, a range of changes that could be made, and they start with more information and insight into the experience that distributors are having, and what will make this work for them is the answer to how the program should be designed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to, again, figure out how we learn the best practices that are working in other states so we don't just spin our wheels in some of these areas. Generally, you were talking about work groups, and Ms. Eichner, you also, with the cost recovery work group, you said that we need a work plan. Who's leading the work group? I mean, how does that come about? Is that something you're asking the commission to say we order a work plan, or I mean, is it MEA or OPC staff that should be trying to in the workings of the work group make that happen?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would answer it sort of specifically with regard to cost recovery, and then also sort of make a general comment about work groups. So the commission staff is facilitating the cost recovery work group, and I think in this particular case, the commission has also directed the future programming work group to think about cost recovery issues, performance incentive mechanisms, and so there were two work groups sort of with a similar mandate, and I think it was not always clear sort of how each work group should contribute to that effort. And it wasn't clear as a participant of the cost recovery work group, we also participate in the future programming, what our task was. And so I think there are opportunities for the work groups to have agendas, to have sort of more clarity, like what's the schedule, what are the issues, how are we going to approach this? And that's a general comment about the work groups that I think is a best practice. Not that the commission should necessarily determine it, but should encourage all of the work groups to be deliberative about what is their deliverable, and to be transparent with participants about the work that's going to be done, the timetable that it's going to be done on. So I think that's an opportunity that for many of the work groups, not just the cost recovery work group.
Okay. Thank you for that, and I hope staff you're listening to that, because it does concern me that I feel like the commission has given some clear guidance that we'd like to see some new ideas and new concepts in how the cost recovery takes place, and so a little bit distressed to hear wheels are spinning right now, and we just need to know, are things moving forward, so we're going to get those kind of recommendations that I think the commission has clearly communicated we want. There are parties that don't want any change whatsoever. So we want to make sure that it's clear. I think the commission is expecting to get some new recommendations and in this area. And I would just maybe, one other comment, I think, to Ms. Eichner, if there are times when a decision needs to be made, I mean, I think the commissioner, we won't know that unless it's brought to our attention. So I would kind of put that back on the work groups to let's not let long periods of time go by where we don't have decisions made if there's truly a roadblock. So I would just make that comment. I think it would be helpful to know that in advance. So I'll go ahead and stop there. Thank you again for, I think, an excellent report and your contributions to the EmPOWER program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing no additional questions, thank you to OPC. We'll next hear from the representative from the Maryland Energy Administration.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Honig, Assistant Attorney General for the Maryland Energy Administration. For those who do not already know, Kitson McNeil, who has worked on EmPOWER for some time, recently left MEA to pursue other opportunities. Today, I'm introducing Dr. Babatunde Idrisu, whom you may already know from other matters before the Commission. Dr. Idrisu recently picked up the EmPOWER portfolio where Dr. McNeil left off. And without further ado, I will turn the floor over to Dr. Idrisu.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'll be presenting MEA's testimony for today. The EmPOWER programs continue to provide benefits to ratepayers and the state by reducing energy consumption, mitigating energy costs, and delivering environmental, health, and economic benefits. Experience from 2020 has allowed program administrators and EmPOWER activities to provide the benefits of energy efficiency and conservation despite ongoing COVID-19 challenges. As we have transitioned to a new 3-year cycle, the program administrators have experienced some transitional challenges, but largely seem to be on track for the first year of the cycle. The Maryland Public Service Commission has made it clear that future programs should consider broader impacts on the state, and the Commission has also expressed a desire to manage costs. As we move forward, it's important that we support the broadening of the program objectives that are aligned with state policies and closely monitor rate changes to ratepayers. One way is to optimize the benefits from investments and align them with state policy objectives. The Maryland Energy Administration supports a balanced approach in portfolio design that distributes long-term energy savings across as many cost-effective programs as possible. This will ensure that the maximum value for investment is achieved. We have an opportunity to align expenditures with long-term policy objectives to increase investments in energy efficiency and conservation and distributed energy resources. Policies that support expenditures on long-term savings will help to reduce future costs to ratepayers as changes occur in the markets. Lighting programs continue to be major contributors to the energy savings each program year and are expected to change in the coming years, with changes being considered by the U.S. Department of Energy. Analysis conducted by the Commission's independent evaluator showed that changes to the effective useful life assumptions lowered statewide total resource cost tests of upstream lighting programs and the residential sector portfolios by 63% and 19% respectively in 2020. However, lighting programs and future standards will continue to provide value to the portfolios, and we need to continue supporting the use of efficient light bulbs as they play an important role in managing usage and demand, although lighting programs may not contribute as much to measured energy savings. Also, as we examine changes to program, long-standing energy efficiency and demand response programs administered at the state level can be designed to maximize the benefit to the grid or mitigate costs through the deferral of upgrades. A comprehensive approach to satisfying infrastructure needs, climate goals, renewable deployment and utilization, and increased EV deployment while promoting broader access and participation will require states to be more proactive in capitalizing on opportunities and mitigating challenges. As we think about market changes, there's an opportunity to build out more robust demand response programs to maintain reliability of the grid and manage costs. The investment needed to accommodate these changes will be substantial and in some cases will occur concurrently with other policy expenditures. Peak demand reduction holds the key to mitigating costs to ratepayers as we seek to manage future additions to load through the growth of electric vehicles. Demand flexibility can help reduce costs for all market participants by reducing consumption during higher price hours in the market. To capitalize on these opportunities, we will need to better understand the market impact of policies and forecast behaviors to optimize incentives to promote ratepayer participation, especially non-residential ratepayers, to realize benefits. We have to investigate the relationship between stakeholders and how collaboration can promote broader, more efficient transformation that allows for increased participation. Increased understanding and participation by residential ratepayers in demand response programs could help to manage market prices, to better manage market prices. EmPOWER can continue to educate ratepayers on how behavior impacts costs individually and collectively. We also need to examine the current business model to allow capable entities to shoulder some of the risks of the transformation through incentive structures to help mitigate risks to ratepayers. Aligning these benefits with costs will require policies that send appropriate price signals through rates and encourage discretionary demand and consumption during periods of reduced loads. Effectively implemented, These actions could support a more full utilization of the grid and help mitigate costs. Finally, MEA supports full utilization of the existing and future rate base to pursue energy goals and mitigate costs to ratepayers, and supports the implementation of measurement protocols across utility activities to capture and verify savings from ongoing activities. The implementation of broader goals provides opportunities for broader recognition of benefits and co-benefits from ongoing activities. In addition, environmental impacts that states policies seek to alleviate are not limited to end use of products and services, but occur along the whole value chain. Addressing these impacts provide benefits that are true across the breadth of programs and services offered by program administrators. Recognizing these impacts creates opportunities to capture benefits and mitigate costs more broadly. MEA continues to support the activities in the work groups to ensure that programs are cost-effective and there is a smooth transition to future programs that are aligned with state policy goals and mindful of costs to ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Idrisu. Welcome. I know this is your first time presenting before the commission. You have big shoes to fill with Dr. McNeil's departure. So thank you for sharing the administration's perspective on our EmPOWER program. I'll turn to my colleagues to see if there's any questions for the doctor. Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Honig as well.
Thank you.
We will next turn to the representatives from the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. For the record, my name is Susan Miller, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, along with Mr. Jim Gravatt. The Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates include the National Consumer Law Center, Montgomery County Green Bank, National Resources Defense Council, the National Housing Trust, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, and Sierra Club. And now Mr. Gravatt, who prepared our comments for us, will summarize his comments and take any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Stanek and Commissioners. Jim Gravatt of Energy Futures Group on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. I'm very happy to be with you here again this morning, as I always am at these twice-a-year gatherings. I have a few comments that, without anticipating the questions the Commissioner Richard has been asking, I think are, and I hope are responsive to the general theme of, are there things that the Commission could do in support of its role to support the climate policies of the state, environmental policies of the state? I recognize that the 3-year plans that for the cycle that we're in now have been approved. They're set. And so I've limited my recommendations to things that I think the Commission can do without really changing anything about the plans. It's really about providing direction to the utilities in the implementation of the plans. And, to the question earlier about the midstream program and has the state gotten something wrong? I agree with Mr. Voorhees. There are very likely things that could be done to strengthen the midstream program and the promotion of heat pumps. But I think that perhaps the most fundamental thing is that for the Commission to provide the direction that it is a priority to start building this pipeline for heat pumps in the state. Mr. Voorhees already referenced the building transition plan, the energy transition plan from Maryland Department of the Environment, and the very ambitious goals for heat pump sales, transitions away from fossil fuel in the coming years. And I'll just mention again the very, the 2025 and 2030 goals for the percentage or the fraction of heating system sales that are electric. They're very ambitious, and the only way that those goals are going to be met is if the pipeline and the market for these products is built in a very directed way now. I think the utilities have shown that they're very, very good at doing what the commission tells them to do. But absent specific direction, I'm not sure it's reasonable to expect that we would see significant changes in how heat pumps are promoted by EmPOWER. And I looked to, in the comments that we filed, I did ask some discovery of the utilities, because it was really notable to me that when we look at central air conditioning sales, or sales is not the right figure, it's really the incentives, the number of units that are provided incentives within EmPOWER versus air source heat pumps, which can fulfill the same cooling need, but the heat pumps also can meet heating need as well, very often displacing fossil fuel. And, SMECO, I mean, they're all over the place in terms of the relative percentage of heat pumps versus central air conditioners. SMECO is more than 80% heat pumps. PEPCO is almost 80% central air conditioners. And, so we asked, well, why do you think it's different? What is it, have you looked at how to increase the fraction of heat pumps versus central air conditioners? And SMECO said that it increased Tier 2 air source heat pump participation by promoting the benefits of high-efficiency HVAC equipment to distributors and their contractor networks through strategic digital marketing campaigns and a streamlined application review and payment process. In other words, they took some steps to try to increase the penetration of this equipment. BGE, in contrast, said it has not taken any steps to increase the percentage of heat pumps compared to central air conditioners, because the goal of the program is to promote the sale of all qualifying efficient equipment. And that's really fundamental to me. That BGE is not saying we're trying to promote heat pumps in recognition of the fact that likelihood is starting in 2024, there are going to be very much higher expectations for how much and how aggressively we promote heat pumps. We're putting some incentives out and letting the customers choose. And I think that is one approach, but I don't think it's an approach that's going to lead to increasing heat pump sales. So something for the commission's consideration there. I think providing direction to the utilities that foreshadows what I think is, I will say, is a likely recommendation coming out of the future planning work group, that an overarching EmPOWER goal be framed in greenhouse gas abatement. There seems to be widespread agreement that that should be the overarching recommendation. To achieve that, we're going to need more heat pumps. And within the currently approved plans, I believe that there are steps utilities can take to start building that pipeline and moving in the direction that seems, I don't want to say inevitable, because of course the commission will have the authority to make the decisions about what the future EmPOWER goals will be. But there's going to be, I think there's a strong likelihood that that's going to be the recommendation. Similarly, when we look at residential new construction, and in the Building Energy Transition Plan calls for an all-electric code to be enacted by the state. One of the things that, what do I want to say? We have certainly looked at this in my experience when I was running programs, that if we anticipate a code change coming, an energy efficiency program can both help prepare the market to be able to meet that code change when it comes, and also exploit the opportunity to get a lot of savings in the meantime in that process. So we had recommended previously that that for the highest tier of efficiency in the residential new construction, it should be focused on all electric. And I understand the commission did not at the time find that recommendation appropriate. However, putting that aside, I still think it would be reasonable for the commission to direct the utilities to prioritize education, information, and really create some buzz about the idea of all electric homes, because they're consistent with the climate strategy. And, to quote the Building Energy Transition Plan, studies including E3's Maryland Buildings Decarbonization Study and RMI's The New Economics of Electrifying Buildings add to a body of work demonstrating that all electric new homes have lower construction and energy costs than mixed fuel homes. This means that all electric new homes help improve housing affordability and local air quality while reducing greenhouse gas emissions in Maryland. So in my read, it would be very consistent for the commission to provide such direction to the utilities rather than, the current approach, which I think is you have a lot of options, you should build the home that you want, and we'll provide incentives, that's okay. That's a fine approach, but I think given the climate mandate, it would be in the interests of the state and of ratepayers and of home buyers to at least provide information showing that all electric new construction can cost less to build and operate and also help support climate goals. So I'm not recommending a mandate. I'm recommending an information campaign that would support a transition towards the potential all-electric residential new construction code that may be coming. And the last recommendation that I'm going to refer to in our written comments, also, I think, highly consistent the Commission's role and the work of the Future Planning Work Group and the Climate Commission, is about the pilot program for gas heat pumps that WGL has proposed. And, we opposed funding that pilot with ratepayer funds. It's hard for me to imagine how that the information from that, if it showed to be that gas heat pumps could meet a need more efficiently than gas furnaces, say, it's hard for me to imagine how that would promotion of gas heat pumps would be consistent with the state climate plan. However, if the commission should choose to fund that pilot program, I would strongly recommend that as part of the analysis, or really analysis that could be done before the pilot was funded, look at not just gas heat pumps compared with gas furnaces, but also compare the greenhouse gas abatement or emissions of gas heat pumps with high efficiency electric heat pumps. And I would also say on the cost side, there were some references in WGL's filing about the relative costs of operating gas heat pumps. But last I looked, it appears that wholesale gas prices are double what they were a year ago. And so I would certainly urge the commission, if they do approve the pilot, to require a little bit more information first, make sure that the costs, current projections are reflected, and importantly, that the climate impacts of gas heat pumps compared with electric alternatives is considered. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gravatt. With respect to your middle of the three recommendations, the education, the marketing, and the outreach of the benefits of electrification, arguably that could be within the four corners of the EmPOWER program to conduct such education through the program administrators, but it would come at a cost, of course. Where would you suggest that cost be? That the costs come from within the existing program?
I believe that it could be accommodated with probably very little change to the existing marketing budgets of the program. I mean, information and outreach is, in my experience, is always part of program implementation. When I ran residential new construction programs, a lot of the focus was on meeting with builders, talking with builders about different approaches to building homes and developers. And I don't see why that sort of campaign couldn't be included. Now, if you went to something, more expensive, like a television, or does anyone watch television anymore? But some aggressive media campaign trying to influence homeowners, there may be more costs there. But I think even starting with the builders and the developers, because it works both ways. Home buyers can influence what developers and builders build, but builders and developers have a lot of influence on what homeowners buy.
Thank you. No, I do-
I'm rambling, but yeah, I don't think it necessarily requires a huge investment.
Okay. I appreciate that, Mr. Gravatt. Obviously, there's going to be changes in Annapolis. We know that there's going to be new climate change legislation this upcoming session and probably the next dozen sessions after that. So there's going to be some influence on building code, on change, on public outreach and information. It's just trying to balance our limited EmPOWER funds here, and whether we do spend a few more dollars in terms of the marketing and outreach budgets, and if so, where do those dollars come from? So thank you again for participating today. Do other commissioners have questions of the advocates?
I guess, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Gravatt, for again your participation in our EmPOWER programs. I guess the first question, going to your point about making sure the EmPOWER program is consistent with state goals, greenhouse gas reduction goals, and our new charge to consider the climate. What steps can we take now, where we've already approved plans, we've already are into this next cycle? Are there any specific things that we should be doing with this plan? One thing that struck me, it sounds like we first of all just need to get information from the utilities about the various programs' contributions to emission reductions. But I'm just interested to know your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, I agree that getting information from the utilities about the emissions, which probably is not, they haven't had a mandate to consider that so much in the past, so it probably has not been their highest priority. So I think requesting that more reporting on that would be a very important step. But I think, within the programs that are approved, as I've suggested with the HVAC program, looking at air conditioners versus heat pumps, when the utilities develop their budget, they may have made some assumptions about how many of each and how that affects the incentive dollars and so forth. But those numbers are not embedded in what they must do. And we've already discussed, Mr. Hurley mentioned earlier about the flexibility that within program budgets that's become part of the status quo, really. So I think anticipating where things are going to go in a future cycle, and all of the utilities have been participating in the future planning work group very fully. So they certainly have some sense of where things are going. Just start thinking about, if we need to get here, how do we adjust with what we have now to start moving in that direction? And when we talk about the new construction and the heat pumps that I mentioned earlier, if I'm going to pick on BGE, if they continued over the next 2.5 years to say, well, we're just whatever the customer wants is good. And then in 2024, they all of a sudden have pretty aggressive heat pump goals. It's going to be a lot harder to make that happen than if they start moving in that direction now.
Okay, well, thank you. And
Richard,
also,
I
yes.
apologize for interrupting, but can I add something to Mr. Gravatt's response?
Yeah, of course.
The difficulty with this, looking at these on a semi-annual basis, is it's very much into the details, obviously. And with the new mandate, I think the commission needs to look broadly at the whole picture and look at what EmPOWER is doing and whether it meets the new mandate and what has to be changed, if anything, to meet the new mandate. So I would respectfully request that either in this order or in a separate order, the commission could actually ask the parties to address that, to actually ask them to address, do we have to change EmPOWER because of this new mandate? Regardless of the fact that these programs have been approved, you may have to figure out, if a program no longer meets the mandate, what adjustments you make that are fair for that aspect of the project. But I think being in the weeds in these semi-annuals doesn't really allow for addressing the program as a whole and where it needs to change based on the mandate. So that would be my recommendation for the commission, to be able to address that mandate directly.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That is an excellent idea. And my final question is, I agree that the future is electrification, and that's where we should be moving. That's my personal view. But as far as a state policy, and the fact that we do have a lot of citizens, a lot of ratepayers who are currently using natural gas, what would you consider an appropriate natural gas program for BGE and WGL to again be consistent with the state direction towards electrification and greenhouse gas reduction, but still taking into account that we have a lot of citizens in our state that are using natural gas?
Certainly. Thank you for that question, Commissioner. I think there are a lot of things that the gas utilities can do to support efficiency for their customers that doesn't require incentives for new equipment that will lock in the use of gas for the next 20 years. So on the commercial side, operational efficiency, well, on both commercial and residential side, really, operational efficiency, for industry, process efficiency, and for buildings, insulation and air sealing can go a long way without committing that customer to the long-term use of gas. And especially when we're talking about building efficiency, insulation and air sealing, excuse me. I mean, doing that for gas heated homes, for example, will actually make it easier for them to electrify in the future should they choose to, should the state policies help them move in that direction, because the building loads will be lower. So the size of a heat pump won't have to be as large. The distribution may be easier. So those are the kinds of things we would recommend. And, we have talked in the future planning work group about eliminating incentives for new gas equipment, which I think is very different than telling people they have to get rid of all the gas equipment they have now. But it allows, as equipment reaches the end of its useful life and needs to be replaced, it provides an opportunity for education about the benefits of going to all electric systems instead of getting a new gas furnace.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gravatt, and Ms. Miller. Always appreciate your participation in these hearings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our next and final presenter before the break today is the representatives from the Virginia Tower Condominiums, LLC.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Can you please turn on your camera if you have one?
I can, absolutely. There I am. Let me pull up. I don't know if John Fiasco was going to speak first, but I can start. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Stanek, and commissioners. My name is Ernie Raffaliadis, and I am one of the owners of the Virginia Towers LLC, and by extension, Virginia Towers. This is a locally family-owned building. We have owned this building for almost 20 years. After learning about the MEHA program, I thought it could be useful in addressing some of the shortcomings of the buildings. This program would allow for Virginia Towers to completely replace the units from a mechanical and lighting perspective. Current practice is to repair or replace the systems as they fail. When a heat pump fails, we repair or replace it, and the same goes for a refrigerator or a dishwasher. And I think Mr. Fiasco will talk to this, but Virginia Towers is 150 units. It's a project-based Section 8 building. We have a contract with HUD to provide housing, and the MEHA program would allow each Virginia Towers resident to enjoy immediate upgrades such as water source heat pumps, kitchen appliance lighting, and bathroom fixtures. Because of the shortfall in the MEHA budget, this project might have to be delayed until the next funding cycle of 24 to 26. Now, all the while, the residents at Virginia Towers, they pay their own electricity meters and they pay the monthly and power surcharges and might not get the benefit of the program until that next cycle. Mr. Fiastro will be talking about our recommendations. And of course, after he's done, we are available for questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the members.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Fiastro.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is John Fiastro. I submitted comments on behalf of Mr. Raffalidis, owner of Virginia Towers. I apologize for any technical shortcomings of my presentation today. My comments today are limited to DHCD's Maryland Energy Efficiency Housing Affordability Program, the MEHA program. Before I begin, I'd like to bring to the Commission's attention 2 letters sent earlier this week by state and county officials in support of Virginia Towers' recommendation. First from State Senator Chris West, and second from Baltimore County Councilman David Marks. As a brief overview, Virginia Towers is located in Towson, Maryland, in the BGE service territory. It is under contract with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and provides each of its 150 residential units as project-based Section 8 units. As a history of Virginia Towers' experience with the MEHA program, Virginia Towers applied to the Maryland Energy Efficiency and Housing Affordability Program in the fall of 2020 in anticipation of the 2021-2023 program cycle. DHCD provided Virginia Towers LLC with an application report on December 1st, 2020. And in the report, DHCD notes, this project has some potential to get funded, but the owner should be aware that the project will most likely require cost sharing for the energy efficiency measures. With this as encouragement, Virginia Towers contracted with an energy auditor sourced from the DHCD list. The energy auditor's name is Zero Draft. Zero Draft is in the process of concluding the audit. The audit was not complete at the time of the submission of the Virginia Towers comments. However, I'd like to provide a few numbers for you. Zero Draft estimates that the energy conservation members contemplated in the project could reduce electricity consumption alone from 600,000 kilowatt hours annually to 400,000 kilowatt hours annually. Each resident would enjoy this 33% reduction in electricity. The savings of 1,333 kilowatt hours on an annual basis per unit, using the current volumetric cost of about 13 cents a kilowatt hour for BGE ratepayers, suggests that these low-income residents could save about $174 per annum. Unfortunately, in conversations and correspondence with the HCD, it would appear as though its MEHA pipeline exceeds its 2021 to 2023 budget. This is corroborated in the CADMIS evaluation report for DHCD programs submitted to the Commission last month, and also noted in staff's comments as well, I believe. Regarding the 2022 program, CADMIS writes, regarding the 2020 program year, CADMIS writes program participation exceeds forecasts. Indeed, this is true. It is clear that this trend has continued in the 2021 year and through the 2021 to 2023 cycle. The purpose of the MEHA program is to promote energy efficiency and affordability in the state's multi-family rental housing developments for limited and moderate income household. It has been successful in this promotion. Virginia Towers has proceeded in good faith, but a lack of funding might stymie Virginia Towers' efforts. It is so early in the funding cycle that Virginia Towers will not be alone in terms of projects that will make application and not enjoy funding. Indeed, it is easily contemplated the fact that other project and property owners could find themselves in a similar situation. It is clear that the DHCD budget for the MEHA program for the 21 to 23 cycle was too small for the current, too small to support the increased demand. For this reason, and I'll reiterate the comments submitted in the Virginia Towers filing, Virginia Towers supports an increased funding for DHCD's MIHA program for the 2021-2023 cycle in a manner sufficient to address the developing backlog of unfunded projects within BG service territory and to remain solvent for the duration of the current cycle. The Commission should also order DHCD to provide recommendations as to how it might adjust its funding formula to execute the MIHA budget sustainably without program interruption. And finally, order DHCD to provide more regular updates to the Commission regarding the status of funding, its pipeline for MIHA projects, and the likelihood that it will end the cycle on an even note, fulfilling all project demand. Commissioners, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time. Mr. Marafolidis and I are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fiestro. I think we have a good understanding of what the problem and situation is from the vantage point of you and your clients. I'll look forward to having some questions for DHCD later on this afternoon with respect to either insufficient funding or too many applications in the pipeline that may never see the any actual funding matches for these improvements. So I do not have any questions for you or your client. Any questions from commissioners? Seeing none, we will take a break until 11:55 this morning, at which point we'll hear from 3 utilities, or actually 2 utilities and the Department of Community Development. And then we'll take a lunch break. So we're in a brief recess until 11:55. We'll go back on the record in case number 9648. At this time, we will hear from our program administrators. Each of them will have approximately 30 minutes or less to provide an overview to the commission. The three that we'll hear from before our lunch break today are Potomac Edison, Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, and the Department of Housing and Community Development. And we'll begin with representatives from Potomac Edison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning, Commissioners. My name is Amy Klodowski. I am counsel for the Potomac Edison Company. We are pleased to present the company's first and second quarter 2021 EmPOWER Maryland program results. Also representing Potomac Edison this morning are Erin Demaray, Manager, Energy Efficiency Reporting, and Jim Longacre, Director of Energy Efficiency Implementation. Mr. Demaray will be making the company's presentation, and we will all be available for questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Klodowski. Mr. Demaray, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chairman and Commissioners, for the opportunity to present to you. I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know if you do not see it. All right. Again, thank you for the opportunity. In the first half of 2021, Potomac Edison achieved over 50,000 megawatt hours of energy savings in the period.
Mr. Demaray?
Yes.
We saw your presentation for a moment, and now it's gone.
Bear with me. I apologize for that. Let me try again.
All right, we see it now. Thank you.
Okay, apologies. Again, 50,000 megawatt hours of energy savings during the period. In terms of progress through the year, we are at 34% of our annual target, which is 2%. So we are at approximately 0.7% of sales. When we take a look at the results of what made this up, on the residential sector overall was 78% of the results, with 31% of that being from lighting, 24% being from behavior-based. This is similar to what we've seen in prior periods and nothing unexpected. On the commercial side, it did make up 21% of the overall results, almost 11,000 megawatt hours. And we can get into a little bit more detail of that in a little bit. What I did want to highlight is some of the numbers behind the numbers. We had over 400,000 LED bulbs distributed, 1,500 recycled appliances, $6 million of customer incentives, over 12,000 low-income customers who participated, and also over 2,000 smart thermostats installed. What does this all mean? Well, again, the 50,000 megawatt hours taken over this average life of 7 years gets to one of the numbers that we've heard a couple times today, which is greenhouse gas reductions. We've put it using the Department of Energy's greenhouse gas calculator and a couple different things to put that as equivalents. What we see is over 266,000 metric tons of CO2. To address about these numbers being in the report, this is also something that we make sure that we put in the executive summary of our reports. To the question of including this type of information in future reports, we're very happy to do that because we're doing it right now. Other impacts, you can see the impacts of the reduced emissions from cars or planting trees, or the tons of coal being burned that was avoided. Some of the other large numbers from this: behavioral programs distributed over 500,000 energy reports. And then finally, we provided over 790,000 energy efficiency measures to participating customers. Again, when you take a look at our service area, 225 or so thousand residential customers. So this is very significant savings impacting a very broad swath of our overall customer base. On the residential side, residential programs, as I mentioned, contributed about 40,000 megawatt hours of results. Main contributors, as we said, lighting, EE kits programs as well, residential new construction programs, and also appliance rebate program. We are expecting to meet and exceed our 2021 annual target within the residential sector. One story I did want to tell you just real briefly, we've heard a lot about the impacts of COVID, and it has been suggested that in the residential sector, it's not as pronounced. I think that's true overall, but there are certain stories and certain challenges still that that do apply. Potomac Edison has worked with food banks for quite some time to provide efficient lighting to customers who may have a higher energy burden cost than other customers. What we've seen is the realities of the combined effects of COVID, along with economic challenges and employment challenges, leading to kind of a fundamental shift in the food banks and how they are distributing, and they're not doing it in the same manner as they were before. What we're seeing is space on trucks is limited, and it's going to the highest need, which at this point is priority food distribution. I want to just point that out because, while COVID might not be impacting some customers, those that might be more vulnerable, it could be hitting more. We are working to shift, not only support the food banks to make sure that we're giving them the products when they need it, but also shifting to look to other community agencies when we can to try to make up for this. C&I program. C&I program, you can see it's a smaller number than the residential. And this is a very similar story to what we've seen specifically with Potomac Edison for the last 3 cycles, at least. Within the first semi-annual period, residential usually is on track. And the C&I side takes longer to develop pipeline projects because of the duration of how long the projects actually take to be designed, procured the materials, and installed. What we are also seeing, though, in this period is a combination of other market challenges happening. We talked a little bit about COVID and the overall impacts on the residential side. We are seeing on the C&I side a number of challenges coming together. First off, we are seeing lower contractor participation. We've experienced a 30% reduction in participating contractors, and those that are participating, specifically our top 10 contractors, they've submitted 65 fewer projects this year than in the past year. We're also seeing labor shortages for the contractors. They're not able to hire and retain skilled workforces, and certain customers may have retracted during the initial impacts of COVID, and they're now finding that they're staying more close to their home territory rather than having a broad base across the entirety of the state. I think we've all seen news images right now of supply chain issues that has real impacts on not only the availability of certain products, but also the costs of those that are out there in the market. So that's having a large impact, and also return to work impacts. Businesses are working remotely more than before. So on the C&I space, we don't have the same capacity or occupancy in the facilities that we used to in the past. And then last, whenever there are capital change or challenges, oftentimes energy efficiency is not going to be one of the first things that a business will invest in. So we are seeing constraints for the capital expenditures. Now, all that being said, we do have a pipeline that you can see. Currently, it's 42,000 megawatt hours. So almost 4 times what we were able to bring in the first half of the year. Some of that will hit this year, some of it will be next year. But overall, we are very hopeful about our C&I program, despite the slower than possibly anticipated start. Closing remarks before questions. We are expecting, or we are seeing results shorter than our filed expectations. We didn't plan on the market conditions being quite as they were when we did file and get approval. Again, residential programs, 47% of the energy savings goals, while spending 34% of the budget. C&I, 18% of the goals and 18% of the budget. So overall, 34% and of the goal while spending 25% of the budget. So the reality of this is we are not expecting that we will hit the first year goal. We're expecting that we will fall short of that goal in entirety. But we're working with our vendors to try to overcome the market conditions, seeing what we can do creatively. We're expecting to achieve about 85% of the first year target, and we still expect to hit our full 3-year target. And with that, I will stop. And if you have questions, we're happy to take them. Myself, Ms. Klodowski, or Mr. Longacre. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Demaray. I think your explanation of the C&I programs makes a lot of sense with respect to everything we've heard, from the supply chain issues to the less people actually occupying office space and buildings. We'll start with commissioner questions with Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Demray, so you've achieved 34% of your annual goal at this point, and you're halfway through the cycle for the year in this report, and you think you're going to get to 85%. So you got to more than double the performance of the first 6 months of the program year, and it's not like you're starting from scratch. Program's been up and running for quite a while. Tell me why Potomac Edison thinks it will outperform in the second half of the year, even to reach the 85% level, acknowledging that's short of your goal.
Yeah, very fair question, sir. Well, I have a little secret in that, it's now November, so we've been able to see a couple more months of actuals come in. The numbers that we did report before were for the first half of the year. As I explained, the longer lead time for those C&I programs does take a while for those to actually get up and into our systems and capture to the point where we can have reportable savings. So we have seen a good number of projects close again through end of October. And when we take a look at the 85% expectation, it's a mix of those actual, the achieved savings, as well as a projection of what's in our pipeline and working with customers to understand when those are going to be coming in. So the 85%, again, around there, we are expecting it. Some could bleed into next year. It could be higher as well, because again, with the holidays, with the supply chain constraints that we're seeing what actually gets installed in the last month and a half of the year. We can't predict that with certainty, but we feel pretty confident about the number and ending close to the first year goal.
All right, fair enough. And how are the current inflationary pressures affecting your programmatic budgets?
So it's complicated. It's a good question, a complicated question. What we're seeing, there's been a lot of talk about midstream approaches, and I can address that too if you'd like. But one of the things that we had seen is for heat pump water heaters, I believe one of the manufacturers had increased their price 4 times this year. It's up somewhere between 30 and 40% of what it was at the beginning of the year. So what happens then is those technologies are a little bit further and further out of reach. Might take a longer time for those the return on the investment that customer or business may make. So specifically for midstream heat pump water heaters, we saw that, we recognized it, and we increased our rebate from $500 to $700 to account for that. So 40% increase. That's not happening universally across the board. Certain technologies are more impacted by that. I think those that are higher technology, those that require more global sourcing, more chips, more high technology, those are ones that probably have a larger cost increase and where we might have to examine actually having larger rebates. Overall, again, I think as I've shown, we have been underspending our approved budget, so I don't think there's a concern at this point. And if there is, we'll be sure to come to the commission to let you know.
Fair enough. Thank you for those responses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions for Potomac Edison? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Demray, and your team in Williamsport.
Thank you.
We will next turn to the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative.
Good morning, Jeff Shaw here. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, apologies. I'm having some technical difficulties here, and I'm going to have Amanda go ahead and drive the slides for me. So I'll walk us through this. And I see my camera is not cooperating either, so I'll do my best. Morning, or I guess it's good afternoon now, commissioners. I'm going to walk you through what SMECO is seeing Q1, Q2 here for our semi-annual period. So Amanda, if you could go on to the next slide, please. And then on to the next. Thank you. Good returns here in the first half of the year. We've exceeded some expectations in a couple of different programs. While our spending is down a little bit there on the incentives and rebates, appliance program is doing quite well. Oh, there we go. And even our HVAC, which has been talked about a lot in the midstream, doing okay for us currently at the moment in new homes. And even our commercial and industrial side, there was a lot of great conversation and back and forth there with the commission and Potomac Edison. We came into 2021 with quite a pipeline, and we're able to maintain that now. You'll see in a couple of slides that 2022 could possibly be a little bit different story, but for the first half of the year, we did okay. Okay, Amanda. Did you go to the next slide?
Yes.
Okay, again, technical difficulties. I can't see it here, so I'm flying a little blind, sorry. For our impacts in COVID, I'm doing quite well. Lighting has been okay, even though we did not have our usual Earth Day events where we're out in the community. We did do a virtual event with the town of Leonardtown and some limited time offering in the lighting area. Quite well received. With recycling and during COVID, most of the utilities, all the utilities instituted hands-free pickup, no contact. And we're continuing that going forward. We had some good results with that. And then some of the supply chains and the issues that were just discussed there when we see with lighting, appliances, HVAC, and Mr. Demeray had some great responses there with the heat pump water heaters as well. For us, not immediate here in 2021, but looking forward out into 2022, we may start to feel some of those impacts. Okay, Amanda, if you could walk us through to the program highlights there in the commercial slide. Thank you. One of the things we came forward with in a request is the allowance for virtual commissioning. We've seen the acceptance there with Baltimore Gas and Electric and the Pepco companies. SMECO would like to offer the same program under our building operations and performance program and utilize existing budgets. So there would be no budget impact there for us on that one. We'd like to kind of utilize our AMI data and turn that over to the CNI piece like we do in the residential piece to try and see some more benefits in the virtual commissioning. Next slide, please. And then over to some highlights. We have launched our Bring Your Own Devices. You've given us permission to do so. Launch date's coming up here in December. We have our pilot out there in the energy rewards or energy perks, as we're calling it. Looking forward to that one. What we're really excited about is giving the members options to select ways to redeem these rewards, whether it be at our online store, inside of a bill credit. And we have a thing here that's been discussed before the commission called Members Helping Members, where membership can donate extra money on your bill to assist those that would be in need. So we're also offering that ability should someone build up some reward points that could pass that through to dollars over to memberships who come into us for need on bill payment. And then there was a lot of discussion there recently with Potomac Edison and food banks. One of the things we instituted in 2021 and continue into 2022 is, he's right, the food banks are struggling keeping enough shelf space for us to stock bulbs. So we've given them direct contact to kind of our portal where they can log in and order as needed. So we're not talking a long time needed. If bulbs do come in, they're not sitting on the shelves for extended periods of time and taking up much needed shelf space that could be utilized for food and other things. So it seems to have worked well with us. We've met the needs there and want to continue that going forward. Before I turn it over to questions, there's been conversations, of course, around greenhouse gas reductions and reporting. It's something we do include in our semi-annual and the executive summary. Not as extensive as what you saw there in Mr. Demeray's slides for Potomac Edison, but I think with what Mr. Hurley talked about, that if we got together, I think we could all agree on some talking points and some things that we could provide over to the commission that would help you fulfill those needs and we could meet those requirements going forward. And it sounds like when the Office of People's Counsel and VEIC were talking, they have a lot of good numbers that they would like utilized, and I think we could all sit down and agree with those. Lots of good conversation around midstream today, whether it be heat pump water heaters or HVAC. As you saw on one of my earlier slides, SMECO's doing okay when it comes to that. For the heat pump water heaters, we try to go to market definitely with midstream, but we've retained instant rebates as well. So if somebody's in a Lowe's or a Home Depot, we could meet them there. We have this where we can offer it through our home energy improvement program. And we've also reinstituted our downstream rebate program because we had some conversations with the membership and we were missing some sales that were going on. So we reinstituted a simple old-fashioned rebate program. Commissioner O'Donnell, thanks earlier for some kind words around our EV. We work hard at that conversation and we want to continue that. But it sounds like we have an opportunity for SMECO to do a better job relative to our heat pump water heaters. And that conversation with the membership, maybe we need to do some better marketing to help bolster what seems to be a shortfall there. And with that, I'll go ahead and take a pause and open it up to any questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Shaw, for your presentation. It was succinct and appreciated. Question about your CHP kind of recruitment and development. Where are you in that in the Southern Maryland region?
Yes, we have one major project right now that we've recruited into the program. We have very high hopes that we're going to finish this in 2023. We are pushing this customer very hard to finish that project by the end of this current 3-year cycle. We know it's going to come in right or at that marker.
Are you at liberty to disclose who that customer is? I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but kind of curious what the nature of the customer is.
Let's just say they're in the world of wastewater treatment.
Okay, fair enough.
And, we're going to utilize some biogas coming off of the wastewater treatment facility.
And how about outreach to the hospital facilities in Prince Frederick and La Plata and Leonardtown? Have you had any success there for CHP recruitment?
Sure. We've had those conversations in the past with them. The unfortunate side with those members are they do not have the much needed gas infrastructure for us to utilize such a product with them. So we're a little bit short on the fuel oil needed.
I thought Washington Gas had service in the vicinity of at least the Calvert Memorial and University of Maryland system in La Plata.
They are in the vicinity. You are correct, but not to the facilities.
What would it take to get that service to those? So it just seems like a great opportunity for me.
It does.
I have to run 24/7, 365, and
gas line extensions would be expensive. We haven't done the exact calculations on those needed upgrades, but in those conversations with those facilities, they haven't given us an indication that they'd be willing to take on those necessary expenses to do this kind of work.
all right, fair enough. Let me shift gears quickly to your behavioral pilot and disaggregation. And could you put some meat on the bones? Remind me what you learned, where that goes from your perspective. What are the opportunities for continuance?
Certainly. That was operated in through the year of 2020. We ended that pilot in the end of 2020. Mixed results. We saw that easy for me to say, statistically insignificant there with the number of participants that we needed. We did learn that the customer receptivity and some of the interviews that we did after the fact, that they liked what we had to bring forward to them. This is something that we have continued over into 2021 to utilize all the AMI data that we do have. We're trying to hone the instrument and get better at what we're doing. And I guess to kind of end that statement, one of the things we were able to do is to add this disaggregation piece going forward at no additional cost to the home energy report program.
Yeah, when these pilots were proposed and approved, I had great hope for developing the use of the AMI infrastructure to a degree that we don't currently use it. We paid a lot of money. The citizens of Maryland, the customers of Maryland paid a lot of money for the installation of that AMI, and I had great hope that we were going to finally start utilizing it in a behavioral program that made sense to me with this disaggregation effort. But I find myself wanting for more results, and I don't feel it.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you to the cooperative.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from representatives from the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I am not sure why my camera is not working, but that is not a problem. I'm Amy Grasso. I'm the Assistant Attorney General representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. For our presentation today, we will have Nicola Tran presenting on single-family programs and Scott Falvey presenting on the multifamily programs. I am here in the event that my feedback is requested, but otherwise I will turn it over to the brains of the operation and let Ms. Tran get started with her presentation.
I'm sorry, that took me a little while to unmute. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Nicola Tran on behalf of the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, representing today an update on the limited income programs relating to Q1 and Q2 of 2021, as well as on some current program activity. Okay. Production for the program cycle started right on schedule for the base efficiency and the whole home efficiency programs. In Q3, which we added on here, that's a little bit more current, we started seeing a shift in more jobs going to the base efficiency program versus a drop off in the whole home efficiency jobs. This shift may be in part due to the increased material and labor costs, which make it harder to meet the SIR requirements for whole home efficiency jobs. And while the labor and material market may not have impacted as many utility programs, it does have a great impact on the limited income single family programs as we cover all costs of the installs. So all of those costs get shifted onto our programs. Even after a slight improvement in the market prices for some equipment earlier this year, the COVID pandemic continues to impact our programs. For example, the MEET expansion and Energy Kit program kickoff have been delayed due to COVID impacts on the procurement process. And then in addition to the increased prices and equipment supply delays, the labor shortage is now also impacting our contractors as well. The following numbers are based on a survey that we conducted with our network partners. They report that currently 30% of the positions that they need to work in our programs are unfilled, and 85% of them state that they have a much harder time hiring staff than in prior years. They also report that on average, material prices that they have to purchase increased by about 28%. And those are some of the same cost increases that we are seeing coming towards us in the program. They also report that currently still about 11% of appointments are being canceled due to COVID in the household, and not all clients will reschedule at a later time. And lastly, they said 71% of them said that they had to temporarily shut down their operations for up to 2 weeks and could not provide service during that time due to COVID in their company. I wanted to read you a few other quotes from that survey. One contractor stated, "It is extremely hard to find people. People don't show up for scheduled interviews, and some don't show up for positions that they have accepted." And another one listed, in order to retain current skilled employees, the company has been forced to increase wages by 22%. And those are increases that are also affecting our program as well. And with that, I'm turning it over to Scott Falvey to talk about the MEHA program. I think there's some great interest in this program today.
Good afternoon, Scott Falvey with DHCD, representing the multi-command programs. Thank you, Nicola. The MEHA program typically carries projects and funds over from the prior cycle into the new cycle. These funds and projects are called carryover funds and projects. DHCD is reporting 1,156 completed units for the Q1Q2. And those funds are completed with the 2018 to 2020 program funds. As Dan indicated, we do not have any completed units for the first half of 2021. However, it's because the time it takes to move a project from application to construction and then to completion. It's typically unlikely for new completed units to be reported in the first half of a new cycle, and this is consistent with all prior cycles. And for this specific cycle, we actually did not even forecast completing any units in the first half of the year with the new cycle funds. We do, however, forecast, or we did forecast in our plan to have almost 700 units completed by the end of the year. I don't think we'll reach that, and it's not that we don't have the projects in the queue or committed. It's simply because they're getting late starts, and we're also seeing delays. I think that all other, or many other programs are also seeing due to supply chain delays and so forth. So the chart that we're looking at here is the production, again, is all relative to the 2018 to 21 program cycle. It's all carryover funds. And we did actually achieve 1,152 units in the first half of the year. We did commit, and actually I'll move into where we are today.
Mr. Falvey, can I stop you for a moment and ask a question?
Sure.
A moment ago, you stated that there were 0 completed projects during the first 6 months of the year. But did I just hear you say that by the end of the year, 700 projects will have been completed?
So there's 0 completed with the current funds. In our original budget, we forecast about 700 to be done by the end of this year. I'm not sure actually how many will complete by the end of this year, but I can tell you we currently have 1,152 units committed so far. And depending on any delays that they have, with getting materials or even with workers, I don't know that we'll actually achieve, 700 by the end of this calendar year, but with the projects being committed, at some point they will be completed.
Mr. Falvey, I'm getting lost a bit, and that's probably because there's a distinction between funds from the prior program cycle and funds from this program cycle. So your projections were that there would be no projects completed during the first 6 months of this year, and in fact, that is what occurred. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, using new funds, that is what the projection is.
So the approximately 700 number that you figured that you just stated that we may not reach by the end of the year, that was with respect to prior year funding?
No. So it is confusing. I apologize. So the graph we're looking at right now is carryover production. So projects that we committed to the program by December 31st of 2021, excuse me, since January 1 to June 30, we completed 1,152 units using those funds from the prior cycle, from 2018 to 2021. Is that part clear?
So just, I'm trying to understand, so bear with me. So 1,152 units were retrofitted or improved this year in 2021. Is that what you just said?
That is correct, using last year's funds.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes. And so the number that staff reported, the 0 being complete, that's relative to the 2021 funds only. That's not specific to the program, that's specific to the current cycle funds.
Thank you. That distinction has been helpful.
Okay. And then our forecast, originally our forecast was to have 700 new cycle units completed by the end of this year. And based on our internal forecast and historic production, we're pretty close to being on target with that. So as of today, we have, again, we have about 1,100 units that have actually committed. Those are under construction. And we have approximately 5,000 units that are in the application stage. And they're somewhere close to having their grant agreement signed or having it issued to them to sign. So of those 5,000 units, we expect those to be committed within the next 2 to 3 months. And they'll have a construction period for about a year to 18 months. So that'll get us into or through 2024. Do we want to stop and have any questions on production or on funding?
Yeah. There you go.
So I'm confused because I thought Virginia Towers said your money was tapped out and they applied in 2020. So are you tapped out? Have you already committed all your funds, or are you that have been allocated for this program, or are you not?
Right. So altogether, including funds that have actually signed their grant agreements, and those that are in process that are almost ready to sign them, we have 49 projects. And all of these projects have done their application. They've submitted their energy audits. We've agreed on a scope of work. We're working through the legal review process and creating the grant agreements. We also have somewhere between 20 and 25 projects that have submitted applications, but they haven't submitted anything beyond that. And those projects, we don't know how much funding they'd be looking for, but with those 49 projects that we already have at that kind of grant agreement level stage, those projects will fully commit the funds that we have by the time they sign their agreements. So for Virginia Towers or other projects that are looking for funding, we will continue to review their applications. We'll continue to review their energy audits if they get them to us. We'll try to identify funding that would be eligible for the project. And if a project doesn't fully spend funds, or if we get funds from other sources, then we will, look to those funds to try to fund these other projects that are in the queue.
Okay, so let me just summarize what I think you said. You have 49 projects for which you've gone through a lot of, they've done their audits and they've done their applications and so on and so forth. And those 49 use up your available funding. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay, and that if you get additional funding, other projects that are not as far along may get some level of funding.
Correct. They still have to provide all of the, the paperwork, the energy audit and so forth. And as that gets to us, we'll review them, and those that have the paperwork ready, sooner will be the ones that can get the funds that become available if they do.
Okay, I think I understand now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure who to ask this of, either Ms. Tran or Mr. Fowley. So I'll just ask it. When the statutory requirements for appointing a commissioner are to be operated by the governor in appointing, he or she should consider the gender, racial, political, and gender diverse, not gender, gender, but geographical diversity of the state. And I'm the geographical diversity candidate on the commission. I'm the commissioner that lives in an outlying area, so a lot of my questions are focused on outlying areas. And this question goes to, I'm gonna relate an anecdote to you to highlight the point I'm trying to get to is to understand how DHCD reaches out to the far corners of the state. I have a friend who lives about as far south as you can get in the state of Maryland, at least on the western shore of Chesapeake Bay, and maybe outright, right on the border of the Point Lookout State Park, and they're renters. Her and her fiance rent a house there. And the thing is very porous from an energy perspective. Let me just say that. How do you reach out to a single investor landlord? Because they're responsible for paying utility bills, and they're paying exorbitant utility bills in this particular home. How do you reach out to a landlord in a far-flung part of the state to sell your programming, or do you?
So if this is a single family renter, I think that would fall into my realm. And our outreach efforts are very widespread. So one is through our network partners that we're contracted with. All of our 18 agencies that are located throughout the state are required to perform outreach activities in the areas that they perform work. In the Southern Maryland area, that is the Housing Authority of St. Mary's County. And we also have 3 contractors that work down there. In addition, the OHEP offices perform outreach in all areas across the state, and they directly refer all their clients to us. In addition to that, we're doing statewide outreach efforts that are not targeted, but that are across the entire state. So that those typically include social media campaigns, letters, and postcards. And then we are also doing, we started up again to do community outreach events. They are just starting up, so they're not in full effect yet, but we started to do those. I don't think there have been any in Southern Maryland this year yet, but that doesn't mean they can't still happen. And then lastly, we're also working with the utilities to coordinate outreach efforts. I know SMECO is including our information in the energy kits that they sent out, and they typically include it in a lot of their customer information as well. And in other territories, utilities include bill inserts, and the call centers are also trained to recommend our programs as well. I think I might have missed something. That's just what came to mind.
Okay, fair enough. So the department, through its local partners, local agencies, would they deal with the property owner, the landlord, in the anecdote that I presented, or would they, do they have the capability of dealing with the renter themselves who are responsible for paying the utility bill?
For the single family programs, the primary client is the renter in this scenario. And one of the first things that our partners ask for typically is the landlord information. And they very frequently make calls to the landlords to help convince them and inform them about the program, because we do need landlord permission for any renters to participate in the program.
Okay. And how about the utilities? The same, they can deal with their customer directly and not have to deal with the owner of the property? Is that right?
I think it would be dependent on what kind of program it is, but typically for the utilities, they just deal with the person who pays the bill.
All right, fair enough. Thank you for that response. That gives me some understanding of where these folks, at least this one person might go, but gives me a broader understanding of how you're implementing your program across the state. So, because it has application on the lower shore or far western Maryland as it does in southern Maryland. So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
I didn't know if they were finished or if there were further slides.
Oh, Ms. Tran, was your presentation concluded?
Yes, so we were done
Okay, just
okay.
wanted to confirm. Commissioner Linton.
sharing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually didn't have any questions.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I saw your video turn on. All right. Thank you, Ms. Tran. Thank you to the representatives from DHCD. At this time, we will take a lunch break, a half hour. We will be back at 1:15 p.m. We're in recess until 1:15. Going back on the record in case number 9648, we will continue our summaries from the program participants and the administrators. Our next utility is the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. Ms. Sikora, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Beverly Sikora on behalf of BGE. I'll say this is my first EmPOWER hearing, and it's been quite interesting so far, so I'm glad to be joining you. We have quite a few people from BGE's EmPOWER team, but I'm going to turn it over now to Lori Duhan, our manager of the Energy Efficiency Portfolio, to take you through our results for the first half of the year.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Ms. Duhan. Ms. Duhan, I believe you're muted.
I just unmuted myself and I was having some trouble before. I am hoping that my screen is being shared. Is it?
Not yet, but I'm sure it's on its way.
I'm not sure how to know.
Okay. Well, behind the scenes, we have some tech support that I know are furiously working to get your slide deck.
And I know Amanda Best has a copy of it. So hopefully I've clicked on share my screen. Here we go. Oh.
Looks great.
Okay. So you have the screen now. You're good?
Yes,
and
we are.
I have no idea what you're seeing of me because I lost that screen, but I will assume I'm here somewhere and it's telling me you see my screen. So I will take it from here, even though I can't read the room. I don't know how to fix that. But anyways, with all that, good afternoon, Chairman Stanek and Commissioners. As noted, technically not very savvy, Lori Duhan with Baltimore Gas and Electric here. And I'll be providing a brief overview about our EmPOWER Maryland program worked this year for the first half of the year. Our overall portfolio achieved savings of over 325,000 megawatt hours. Over the life of the measures installed, that translates to an impressive estimated reduction of 1.1 million metric tons of carbon dioxide, over 600,000 tons of coal not burned, or 236,000 vehicles not driven for a year. We also achieved 2.7 million therms of savings. In addition to contributing to a cleaner environment, there are direct financial benefits to our customers who received $33 million in incentives and bill credits and $139 million in estimated bill savings over the life of the measures installed for the first half of the year. Our commercial and industrial portfolio had an excellent first half of the year, achieving 51% of our 2021 target while using 48% of our budget. Despite COVID restrictions, all programs except for CHP are doing well and are anticipated to meet or exceed our 2021 target. BGE is proud that our small business program has already reached 144% of our forecast. Businesses upgraded their equipment when their facilities were not operating at full capacity. While BGE may not have any CHP projects completed until early 22, we are anticipating several to be completed through the cycle. And that includes indoor growing, food waste, recycling, and 2 hospitals. Our residential portfolio overall did have a slow start and is a bit below target for the first half of 2021. This is a result of several factors, including the transition to the new program cycle and shifting implementers for part of our portfolio. In addition, the lingering effects of COVID resulted in supply chain issues and having a QHEC safety pause for part of 2021, which also had impacts on savings for the first half of the year. On the positive side, home performance with Energy Star has achieved 58% of its annual target, and smart thermostats and appliance rebates are also exceeding target. I am happy to say that our program activity is trending up, and for Q3, our residential as well as our C&I programs are precisely on track at approximately 75% of the filed 2021 targets. We had participation in Connected Rewards, and that's exceeding expectations with over 20,000 customers qualifying as of June 30th. And what's really nice is 75% of those customers are new BGE demand response customers. They did not come over from our Peak Rewards program. So customers are purchasing their own thermostats, resulting in energy efficiency savings, as well as embracing our Connected Rewards demand response programs. BGE launched our Smart Energy Academy school program earlier this year. Due to COVID, challenges during the last school year, which ended in 2021, the school year ended in 2021, so we're below target and we're implementing strategies to increase participation now that schools are back in person. We've also been working hard during the first half of the year to launch several upgrades to existing programs, new programs, or pilots launching during the second half of 2021. And some of those include that in Q3, we expanded our Smart Energy Manager program to provide targeted limited income weekly usage reports. And that gives us an opportunity to engage with valuable groups of customers using AMI data to help them reduce their energy use. We are providing low-cost, no-cost tips, such as hang laundry to dry, open shades on winter days for natural light and warmth. In the third quarter of this year, we also added an HVAC tune-up component to our HVAC program, and shortly we'll be launching BGE's Energy Manager program. We're also working on 2 pilots. This was talked about a little bit earlier, the disaggregation pilot, which was actually launched in 2020. And we've completed 3 campaigns: Smart Thermostat, QHEC, and Refrigerator Recycling. And you heard this earlier, that while there was no statistically significant difference in customer participation, there was some good news coming out of this, and there is use for AMI data. Want to rest assured that we've learned that that data can effectively be used to determine distinct appliance use, and we will continue to look for opportunities to use that disaggregated data and insights to our customers. And some examples are giving customers more specific information on what uses the most. And also we can identify EV charging. So we're starting to look for ways, even though the pilot didn't uplift programs, we are looking for ways where we use that disaggregated data to provide information to our customers. And we're going to be starting that Smart TV pilot, and we're going to be recruiting after Black Friday, when we know there's going to be a lot of TV sales tend to come on Black Friday, so that's a good time to begin the recruitment. And we're just looking forward to providing continued opportunities for our customers to save energy through the end of 2020 and the rest of the cycle. And we're also excited, and there's been talk about the Future Programming Work Group. We're also excited to be part of that, to bring the highly successful EmPOWER Maryland programming and recognized brand into 2024 and beyond. Unshare my screen. Maybe I can get back to seeing what you guys look like here. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Duhan. There we go. Do commissioners have questions of the BGE team? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Duhan, I want to talk to you a little bit more about your disaggregation pilot. Do we have your filing on the completion of that pilot? We have that in-house. Did the company file a report?
I don't believe we have completed that. I will check to my experts and hopefully they will send me a text to let me know, but I do not believe so. I think we're still evaluating the completion. The last module ended in the middle of 2021. It ended in June and July 2021. So I would think it's too soon to have a completed pilot report.
Yeah, and I didn't ask that as SMECO. You were the 2 utilities doing that, but I'd be very interested in reading that report so I can ask some informed questions about what we paid for and what we received in terms of these pilots. And I'm getting vague, wasn't statistically significant kind of response.
Right. And just to clarify, and then we can move on, is that the statistically significant was we had 3 very specific pilots, thermostat, QHEC, and refrigerator recycling. So we were looking to see if we had a customer that we thought needed that information, did that customer participate in a program? So that's what was not statistically significant. But what we're excited about is that we can identify the use and then we can look for ways. This way may not have been provided the best or the biggest opportunity, but we can continue to look for ways now that we know we can disaggregate the data, that we continue to look for ways to communicate that data to make it meaningful to our customers.
Yeah, but I have to tell you that we have very specific pilot reporting requirements at the commission.
Yes?
I'm sure your company's familiar with them, what the start time is, what the budget is, what the sharing mechanism will be for that information, so that all utilities can benefit from it, not just BG&E. And you know, there are very specific laid out in previous orders, laid out reporting requirements with regard to these pilots, and whether or not they have a sunset date in them and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know, maybe it's a question for somebody else, but you know, when will you do that? Do you know? Are you planning on doing it? Is there a plan to do that?
Is there a plan to report on the pilots? We always report on our pilots.
No, I'm talking about in a formal way with a filing with the commission, with a report, so that I can read it as a commissioner. So I can learn about it and so that other utilities can learn about it.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what the plan was or is, but we are happy. I assume that we will be including that because the pilot ended in June, this is a Q1 to Q2, and we haven't had the opportunity to put a report together. I don't think we're trying to not report out to the commission. I think it's a timing of when that report would get.
I'm not saying you're late. I'm saying, what is your plans to report it? What do you know, or do you not?
Actually,
I'd prefer you tell me you don't know, rather than.
I apologize. I didn't know, but I just got a text hot off the press that said we did file the final results.
Okay, so we have that filing in-house.
The next statement that says when.
So we have that filing in-house and I can get it and read it.
That's what I'm being told. So I apologize that I
right.
didn't have that information
Very good.
as to whether it was completed or not. I'm told
Very
it's
good.
completed.
That's why I prefer I don't know rather than kind of beating around the rose bush kind of answers. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions for Ms. Doohan?
Yes.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Ms. Doohan.
Hi.
We've heard from a couple of the other program administrators that they've had some challenges over the first half of the program with both supply of products, resources, as well as lingering issues regarding the pandemic. So that's potentially impacted their ability to reach some of their goals. It doesn't seem as though that's impacted the BGE in the same way. If I'm incorrect, please correct me, but if I am correct, help me to understand what the company has done differently.
It did impact primarily on our residential side in that we did have supply chain issues with lighting, among other things. I think everybody knows that both the cost and the availability of certain products that are part of our program are more difficult. We did have a pause on QHEC at the beginning of the year. We had shut it down, we opened it up again. And at the beginning of the year, when cases were starting to rise again, we took a little bit of a pause on that. So it did impact us, and that's why our residential program is at about 41%. At the first half of the year, we kept the pace on that.
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit there at the end. I'm sorry. Could you repeat?
So we were at 41% at the 6-month mark. Our residential programs were at 41%. So they were a little bit below. If you're working perfectly on track, you would have been closer to 50%. We have been able to pick up the pace a little bit on some of our programs coming into the third quarter.
Okay, so it's your goal then to meet. Certainly, it's your goal to meet all of your goals for the entire year. And
yes.
And you're on track to do so?
We believe we're on track to do so. I think I stated that all of our programs are sitting right around 75% at Q3.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Doohan. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation, Ms. Doohan. You heard some discussion earlier about the state's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act, goals and also our new responsibility at the commission to consider environmental issues. In the context of the EmPOWER program, what I guess changes or what support as far as reporting at least has the utility considered? Specifically, obviously, I'm talking about BG. I'm interested with the big utilities. Are they going to be reflecting some of these new and enhanced goals in their reporting on EmPOWER Maryland and just also in just the suite of programs that you operate?
If you're speaking of until the end of 2023, we note, as opposed to officially report, greenhouse gas reductions in the cars off the road and carbon reductions and stuff like that. If you're talking post 2024, that we're looking at a whole new way of looking at EmPOWER Maryland.
Okay, well, I'm actually talking about now. This is obviously something that occurred in the legislature after we began this cycle, but it is in fact a requirement. So is your utility prepared to begin to start enhancing its reporting on these areas? Are you planning to do it, or is that something we're going to have to work with our staff and figure out how to enforce?
Commissioner, if I can step in, this is Beverly Sikora again. We have, this just went in a little over a month now, and we really haven't had conversations with staff or the other stakeholders. But
Ms. Sikora, I'm not accusing or criticizing anyone.
I know.
Okay, all I'm asking for is, is this something that you're considering now? Are you aware of the responsibility?
Yes, absolutely.
And that's
100%.
all. That's all I'm asking.
And it's hard, we have data. It's a question of what data do people want, and when we can provide data, and we certainly are willing to. As
okay.
Ms. Duhan did.
I'm glad you're willing to. I thank you.
Yeah, and what I would have suggested is that there is a reporting work group. And I think one thing that we know works best is that if we have consistency in approach and reporting across the utilities. So if there is an interest in changing some of what we report between now and the end of 2023, that we look at the reporting work group to come up with a consistent approach so that what you get from utility A is in alignment with what you get from utility B to make the information meaningful.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Again, I didn't mean this to be confrontational. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying it's the law now in the state of Maryland, and I do believe that we need to make sure the EmPOWER program is in alignment. That's all. So, obviously that'll be, I think, a theme, particularly as we move forward. You heard also some discussion about the midstream programs and some concerns raised that these are falling short in Maryland. And I just wanted to find out if you have any comment on that. Is this something that you have any opinion about? And is the utility attempting to try to see if we can bring up our performance with some of the more leading states in the midstream program on the HVAC systems and the hot water heat pumps?
I will hit it at a high level, and then I will defer to Eric Ropko, who manages our residential programs. And we have many programs within the midstream program, and at this point, we have not given preferential treatment or lack of preferential treatment to one type of heat pump or one type of midstream program versus another. So from that perspective, we have a midstream program, and like the heat pump hot water heater is just one item within that program. But I see Eric is chimed in, so if he can give you more details since he's closer to it.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. So to kind of talk about the midstream a little bit more, I will say that on the heat pump water heater conversation, that is part of our appliances portfolio, which is overperforming. So we are, trying to look at budgets when it comes to that program and how, we can continue to promote that program along with the other measures that are in that appliance program. We are, as Lori mentioned earlier in the call, we transitioned the appliance program as well as our HVAC program to a new implementer this cycle. So I will say that some of our midstream activity took a little bit of time to get going because
distributors had to sign new contracts with our new implementer. So there was some transition when it came to that, in addition to some transition with the training to get the distributors up to speed on the tools. We continue to have regular check-in with the distributors. We have touch points with the HVAC representatives for the contractors as well, talking about the process and if there's any concerns that they have. So we have regular engagement with distributors and contractors when it comes to midstream. So I will say that we continue to work on these midstream measures, and I think that we're always striving for continued improvement. In addition to comments that were made earlier today, we definitely are seeing supply chain issues. We're seeing pricing changes when it comes to equipment, whether it's HVAC or heat pump water heater equipment, where there's either been supply issues or pricing issues. We've worked with the manufacturers on some potential promotions when it comes to equipment, trying to kind of leverage all not just the program but other incentives that might be out there, or other avenues to promote equipment. And supply chain has been an issue, and so there's some things that we've had to kind of put on hold a little bit until we can see an improvement in the market.
Okay, well, I appreciate that answer. I do believe, though, just from my perspective, that VEIC and MEI made some good observations about aligning the EmPOWER program with other state objectives and goals, and this seemed to be an area that we were really, as a state program, falling short. So I hope you, as the largest utility, heard those comments, and will work to make sure that we can improve our performance in this important area. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions, thank you to Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. We'll next hear from representatives from the PHI utilities.
Can everyone hear me? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company and Delmarva Power and Light Company. This is my first EmPOWER hearing, so I'm very happy to be spending the day with you all. With me, I have Nate Gillespie, our Manager of Energy Efficiency Portfolios. So I'm going to turn it over to him to get us started. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you very much for having us here today. As Taylor said, I am Nate Gillespie, and I am a Senior Manager responsible for all of our energy efficiency.
Mr. Gillespie?
Yes.
If it's possible, is there a way to raise your volume or bring your microphone closer? It's rather faint.
Is this better?
That's a lot better. Thank you.
Microphone position matters. Sorry about that. So I'm joined today by Christine Miesemer, our Manager of Demand and Response Programs, Dolly Banks, our Manager of Residential Energy Efficiency, and Edward Muzz, Manager of C&I Programs. Overall, I'm very pleased with the performance our programs had in this as we launched this new cycle in the midst of a pandemic and various starts and stops from going into customer homes and not having that luxury of pre-pandemic performance that could help us through. So we were very pleased that demand still remained solid for participation, and PEPCO and Delmarva worked to ensure that customers got the help that they needed. So the questions about GHG tracking, PEPCO and Delmarva often include GHG comparisons in our presentations, like you'll see here. And we look at GHG reduction internally, tracking how we help customers make reductions, but have not included it in our semi-annual reports. We are very willing and eager to look at that GHG impact in the current programs in our official reporting. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Also wanted to make an acknowledgement that as we start that the Pepco and Delmarva did file an errata to update tables to our submitted Excel files. My team strives to ensure that our data is accurate and filed timely. However, we had a major problem with one of our very large Excel workbooks that produces the tables and tracks historical performance. That file became corrupt, cells began randomly zeroing out. We thought we had everything corrected when we filed, but discovered that there was missing data as data requests started coming in. This did not result in any material changes to our performance reporting, but we understand that it created an inconvenience for staff and OPC in particular to get that data ingested into their systems to complete the analysis. So just wanted to assure everybody we've rebuilt that file. We do not expect to have issues going forward, and we're working to automate that process in the future to ensure we eliminate that risk in our reporting. So I just want to turn over now to Christine Miesemer, who will run through briefly our overall performance and then to our sector managers.
Thank you, Nate. Good afternoon, commissioners. We will try to keep this brief. So here's an overview of our agenda for today. We will cover a program summary, then transition to marketplace, residential, C&I, demand response, behavioral, and wrap up with our PID pilots and LMI. Next slide, please. Pepco and Delmarva Power programs are on track to meet our annual goal of 2% energy savings, with Pepco at 1.34% and Delmarva Power at 1.21% energy savings as a percent of baseline sales. Some key targets to highlight in this slide are in the blue and yellow boxes, third items down. Pepco and Delmarva are at 67% and 60% of our annual targets, respectively. Also worth noting is our BYOD program, which now has 3,566 active devices. Next slide, please. In January of this year, we launched our online marketplaces, which connect customers directly with rebates. To date, we have reached 84% of our appliance rebate goal. For this reason, the company has reallocated $322,000 to the appliance rebate budget from the lighting rebate budget, which is below the 15% threshold. This has allowed us to connect even more customers to rebates through this channel. And now I will turn it over to Dolly Banks, who will discuss our residential programs.
Thank you, Christine. And once again, I'm Dolly Banks, Manager for Residential Energy Efficiency Programs for Pepco and Delmarva Power. Pepco's residential programs had a strong performance in the first half of 2021. All of our residential programs were generally performing as expected, with the exception of our schools program. We made the decision to not launch our schools program until September of this year when students return or when more students return to in-person school. Now that this program has launched, we have expanded the schools program curriculum and kit offering to both 5th and 6th graders for this year only to capture students that we may have missed during the spring due to in-home instruction. Some of the highlights in terms of our programs on the Pepco include our appliance rebate program, which Christine just mentioned, achieved 84% of its annual energy savings goal, as well as our home performance program, which achieved 71% of our annual energy savings target. Switching gears to our Delmarva Power Service territory, the residential portfolio has achieved 51% of its annual target. Our two strongest performing programs in our Delmarva Power Service territory were the lighting program and the Energy Star New Homes program, which achieved 91% of its annual energy savings target. Our appliance rebate, home performance, and quick home energy checkup programs performance was not as strong, as those continue to be impacted by some of the issues that have already been mentioned around labor shortages and supply chain issues. I'll close with saying that we appreciate the discussion today on midstream rebates. We agree with much of what has already been stated in terms of opportunities around midstream, so I won't belabor that. But I will just add on that for heat pump water heaters, we see distributor engagement as a key factor in terms of improving our performance. In reviewing our program data, we've noted that customers who purchase heat pump water heaters through distributors use the downstream rebate to access the rebate. So these customers applied for a rebate through that program. So that points to the fact that distributors are doing some level of customer education about the technology and the rebates, but getting them on board with offering the instant rebates is key, and that will be a key focus of our outreach efforts going forward. And with that, I'll pass it on to my colleague, Edward, who will speak about our CNI programs.
All right, thank you, Dolly. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Edward Muzz on behalf of Pepco Holdings. I'm the Commercial and Industrial Manager for Pepco and Delmarva Power. Overall, the commercial programs had a strong start to the new cycle. The team really benefited from a large project pipeline from 2020, and this carried over into the first 2 quarters of the current program year. The commercial programs continue to partner with our customers, contractors, and distributors. We provided energy savings of over 56 gigawatt hours in Pepco and 23 gigawatt hours in Delmarva Power, 44% and 46% of the annual goal, respectively. In addition to saving our business customers energy and money, the programs also continue to stimulate job growth, partnering with our local contractors and distributors. Overall, a broad spectrum of programs contributed to the portfolio success, but a few that have exceeded expectations for the small business program, custom and midstream programs. It was also nice to see that the communities program observed an increase in participation this cycle over the previous cycle. Looking ahead, forecasts are still on track to meet 2021 goals, but the program team is keeping an eye on the reported supply chain delays, which you've discussed earlier. This could impact product shipments and delay projects into 2022. In order to offset some of these challenges, we increased incentives in a number of programs, both the prescriptive and the small business programs. The team is going to keep a close eye on these pipelines and will take action if necessary in the future. With that, I'd like to pass it over to Christine Miesemer, who will be highlighting our EnergyWise rewards and behavior programs.
Thank you, Edward. For our demand response programs, Pepco and Delmarva are at 101% and 97% of our annual targets, respectively. To address the 97%, our small commercial program has not yet bounced back from the pandemic, and we are increasing marketing efforts for our BYOD program to fill this gap. Next slide, please. We are aware of the Commission's desire to ensure that we are including our LMI customers, which is why I would like to take a moment to share a pilot which was approved in June of this year, as well as one program enhancement. Our automated residential technology pilot will focus on our customers identified through our QHEC program, and a portion of those will be LMI customers. And our behavioral LMI enhancement provides tailored messaging to 80,000 customers, connecting them with programs which can provide energy assistance with their energy bills. Next slide. With that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you to the PHI team for the presentation. We'll turn to questions by the commissioners now. We could probably take down the slide deck. We'll begin with Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure who should answer this question, Mr. Gillespie, Ms. Miesemer, or Mr. Muzz, Ms. Banks. So whoever the appropriate person is. So as you know, in Pepco's multi-year rate case, we did not approve the street lighting program. And it was a little confusing because it was proposed as part of EmPOWER, but we couldn't prejudge a rate case. And then it was proposed in the rate case, but we said, well, it actually belongs in EmPOWER. What is the company's plans for that street lighting program with regards to EmPOWER?
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell, we are looking to file I guess a request to include that in EmPOWER Maryland as voluntary incentives. That will be coming in the near future. I don't have the date off the top of my head, but I believe we're targeting within the next quarter. But that's the extent of my knowledge on that. We will be filing something to add it to our CNI programs as part of EmPOWER for you to consider.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I do recognize that we did send a few mixed signals along the way with respect to that program. Other questions from the commission? I did have one question. Let's see, for Ms. Miesemer. You mentioned the EnergyWise rewards program. You also have the peak savings credit program. Can you explain how the two of those programs interact with each other?
Yeah, I'll try my best here. So they are two separate programs. Customers can either sign up for Energy Wise Rewards program, which is an actual device on their homes, as most of you know. Or if they don't have a device, they can participate in peak energy savings credit. Customers who are enrolled in EWR can also participate in peak energy savings, and they will receive the greater credit either from EWR or peak energy savings if they go above and beyond shaving the load reduction that we would see from an Energy Wise Rewards customer and a device.
Do most EWR customers also participate in the Peak Savings Day program?
Yeah.
And I think you just answered this question, but if you're a Peak Savings customer, you don't need any particular equipment on your devices at home?
Correct. It's through the AMI data.
Okay.
And all customers are auto-enrolled.
Hey, can you tell me what percentage of your customers, residential customers, are Energy Wise Rewards?
We'll have to take that back and get back to you.
And can you tell me what types of sort of marketing or education or outreach streams do you currently use to recruit new customers to join the EWR program?
So we're currently focused on our BYOD program in Maryland and engaging customers through that program instead of the traditional EWR program. We've used a number of different ways to communicate with them, emails. One particular email that we've utilized that's been very successful is connecting customers who have bought thermostats through our marketplace and then following up with an email with information about our BYOD EWR program and asking them if they'd like to participate.
Thank you. And on the marketplace website, I suspect you have all the most recent state-of-the-art name brand smart thermostats. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just to clarify on my previous question with regard to the street lighting program, I'll just speak for myself because the commission's orders speak for themselves and they speak for the commission. But in terms of my perception of what happened there, Pepco told us they were going to file that program in EmPOWER and simultaneously in their upcoming rate case. And that's what caused the conundrum for us because we were faced with prejudging a rate case. And there wasn't a whole lot of meat on the bones at that point in the program. Then we got in the rate case and we found a whole lot of meat on the bones and a whole lot of stakeholders who had issues. And we said, this rightfully does belong in EmPOWER, not in the rate case, but we need to be able to do so without prejudging a rate case. So I just wanted to clarify that's where that was. Maybe we sent mixed signals, but it was because of the way it was originally filed by the company, in my opinion.
Yeah, I fully understand.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you for the PHI team for coming out this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
And the final program administrator we'll hear from today before taking a break and going into the work group reports is the Washington Gas Light Company. Good afternoon, Mr. Dodge.
Good afternoon, Chairman Stanek and Commissioners. John Dodge appearing on behalf of Washington Gas. This afternoon, I am joined by my colleagues Josh McClelland and Erica Moore. They are our energy efficiency program experts, and they will be making our substantive presentation this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. Can I do an audio video check with you, Mr. Chairman? Do you see my screen and can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and we see your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Josh McClelland, Senior Manager of the Energy Efficiency Programs here at Washington Gas. We're eager to present the results of WGL's programs to you today by first giving a high-level overview of the performance of the portfolio for the first 6 months of 2021. And then we'll move on to sector level and more program specific details and wrapping up with status updates for our most recently approved pilot programs. 2021 ushered in both the new program year and cycle, which consisted of a variety of changes from how WGL implemented programs during the prior 3 years. The 21 through 23 program cycle came with an expansion of both existing and new measures and incentives across the entire portfolio, along with more ambitious energy saving targets. The first 6 months of the year have shown this expanded portfolio to have yielded some exciting and promising results, along with some new challenges to overcome. So between January and June of this year, WGL's suite of energy efficiency programs reduced over 930,000 therms in natural gas consumption, which equates to the highest performing 6-month period on record. The line chart shown here compares 2021 results to all similar Q1 and Q2 reporting periods since program launch in 2015. These results were especially promising as it breaks WGL's historical trend of weak performance at the onset of new program cycles, which can also be shown on the line chart for years 2015 and 2018. And while this performance accounted for only 38% of the annual goal, trends are continuing in a positive direction further into the year, setting up 2021 to be the most successful year to date, with the majority of the programs forecasted to achieve annual savings targets by year end. The first half of 2021 also yielded the highest amount of incentives issued during that Q1, Q2 reporting period since 2015. And looking at the pie chart in the lower right corner here, these incentives account for 56% of total expenditures, indicating that programs are maximizing benefits to our customers while keeping non-incentive costs at nominal levels. The good news brought on by the beginning half of the year continued, with the residential new construction program achieving its annual savings goals within 6 months, and the Commission approving 3 of 5 pilot programs and initiatives, the details of which will be shown in subsequent slides. While these results give us much to be optimistic about, the beginning half of 2021 did not come without challenges and setbacks. As some of my electric utility colleagues have already indicated, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to have a detrimental impact on energy efficiency programs, especially those that are reliant upon frequent customer and contractor interaction. This has resulted in the...
I'm sorry, Mr. McCall. Never mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry for that. What's that? I'm having a hard time. Is that 30% on that pie chart? Is that 30% is utility administrative costs?
That is outside services, ma'am. So that's the for program implementation.
Okay, so one of the others is utility administrative costs then.
Correct. The 6% is the utility cost.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. That's all I had. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, let me see where I was here. So while most of the portfolio was fully operational at the beginning of the year, there were programs and newer program features that required additional lead time to fully ramp up, along with the beginning of the new program cycle. This longer lead time was not modeled into the forecast during program planning and has resulted in the low-income programs administered by DHCD and the behavioral program trending below levels where WGL originally anticipated these programs to be operating. To further complicate issues, the energy efficiency team at WGL has been understaffed for the better part of the year, causing limitations on bandwidth and resources required to implement programs at fully optimal levels. With these challenges having direct impact on the energy saving potential of the portfolio, WGL remains committed to maximizing performance by quickly responding to these challenges in a variety of ways. The challenges posed and our reaction to them are provided in further detail in the following slides. And with that, I'll conclude my portion of the presentation and we'll pass along by introducing you to one of the newest members of the energy efficiency team at Washington Gas, Erica Moore. Thanks.
Thank you, Josh. Before I jump into my comments, I just want to confirm you all can hear me okay? Okay, excellent.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we can.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. As Josh mentioned, my name is Erica Moore. I currently oversee program management of our entire EmPOWER portfolio of programs. As Josh said, this is my first time presenting to the Commission, so I'm looking forward to your feedback and any questions you have. So we are on the correct slide. Just before I jump into the details here, overall, the way we've displayed our program metrics for each sector and program on the slide is using a basic green, yellow, and red color coding approach. So green generally means good or on target, yellow means okay or potentially at risk, and red means poor and needing attention. And all of these colors and percentages are in reference to the progress of each program against its 2021 annual therm savings goal. So I will start with residential on the left column of the slide. Both the existing home and new home program are categorized in green. The new homes program hit its initial goal in the first half of the year, already achieving 117% of its annual therm savings goal. The behavioral home energy reports program is in yellow with, as Josh mentioned, lower than expected performance in the first half of the year. This is in part because we added new participants to our treatment group, which takes time to engage, and our new high bill alerts offering also took a few months to launch in the beginning of the year. Finally, for residential, the retrofit coordinated programs with our electric utility counterparts have been significantly underperforming compared to forecasts that we received at the onset of the program cycle. Feedback from program implementers has shown that COVID still plays a role in customers being uncomfortable with contractors entering their homes for non-essential work, such as energy audits. To remedy the issue, we've pulled as many levers as we can on our side to drive customers and contractors to increase program participation. The Washington Gas Energy Efficiency Team expanded its digital footprint by creating a new landing page on our website to direct customers to their respective electric utilities' Home Performance with Energy Star, Quick Home Energy Checkup, or Home Energy Improvement Program website that has more details on how they can participate. In addition, we opted to increase the dollar per gas MMBTU contribution to the PEPCO coordinated programs from $3 to $5 per MMBTU, and have already seen an uptick in participation that will be reported in the second semi-annual report for this year.
Ms. Moore, before you move on from that, I want to ask you, you operate these coordinated programs under an MOU with the electric utility, right?
That's correct, sir.
How is that MOU, which was like pulling teeth to get it finalized, how is that operating? How is that functioning? The specifics of the MOU.
Josh, you want to take the first stab at that, or would you like me to?
Sure, I'll provide just a quick high-level overview. That's a great question, Commissioner O'Donnell. I will say, in terms of the contractual relationship that we have with our fellow electric utilities, things are going very well. I think in terms of the obligations and the expectations between both parties, they're all being met. I think the way that the contract was written allows a little bit of flexibility in how we can interact, and it gives us opportunities to pull levers to help boost participation, similar to what Mrs. Moore just stated with pushing the MMBTU contribution from $3 to $5. So in short, I think things are going great, and we have a strong relationship with our electric utility colleagues.
All right, so remind me again, if things are going so great, why that's red at 13%? Remind me.
Well, the relationship's going great, but the performance of the programs is something to be desired. Basically, the forecasting that we saw originally when we filed our forecasting didn't take into account just remaining and persistent COVID-19 impacts, and that's having an impact on programs such as Home Performance with Energy Star, which is heavily reliant on that customer and contractor interaction. And so I think forecasts across the board for those programs or actuals for those programs are not meeting the forecasts that were originally put out at the beginning of the year.
Why doesn't COVID affect the other categories you have up there the same way?
I believe so. That is a good question and a complex one. I may not have a direct answer for it at this moment. I think it is safe to assume that even though there is a certain level of interaction that happens with replacing a specific piece of equipment, that level of interaction is not as much as a Home Performance with Energy Star project, which could consist of a variety of up to 4 to 5 to 6 different people as part of a crew, being in your home for multiple days. There's a lot of close interaction between a customer and a variety of other folks that that folks may not be comfortable with, as opposed to someone just coming in and replacing a water heater or a furnace that consists of our programs.
All right, I just suspect that it has been a thorn in the side of the energy efficiency program, coordinated programs, that is, and is now not performing well, and I suspect in the future it's going to continue to be a problem area, but that's just a hunch I have.
That is a possibility, Commissioner O'Donnell. We have seen some promising results from this adjustment to the dollar amount contribution going out through gas incentives. We have seen an uptick in participation through PEPCO's Home Performance Energy Star program. And we hope to lean on that performance, and hopefully that will improve over time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Moore, if you'd like to continue.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that question. So before I wrap up residential and move on, I did just want to highlight in the box at the bottom left, our new construction program. It really continues to be the shining star of our residential sector. And that's because we have a very strong builder network that has helped us achieve the following results that you can see in the bullets. So far, just in the first half of this year, we've issued about $1.4 million in incentives, accounting for $320,000 in therms saved. And this program alone accounts for 40% of our portfolio's performance. So we're really excited that that program continues to be strong. And this is a bit speculative, but at least compared to the home performance programs, when builders are working on a project, there's no occupant already in the building. So there's not really an issue in terms of COVID one-on-one interaction of customers coming into contact with contractors. So on to the next sector with commercial. Both the prescriptive and the custom programs were trending towards end of year therm goals so far. Since we started offering C&I programs, we've consistently seen that the vast majority of projects close in the second half of the year. So although it lists 28 and 27% respectively for those programs, that's actually pretty healthy progress in our opinion for both of those programs so far this year. Our C&I portfolio's performance is continuing to strengthen each year. In the first 6 months of 2021, the C&I portfolio achieved 65,000 therm savings, which is the second highest performing Q1-Q2 period to date, and is for the first time ever trending towards hitting an annual therm savings goal. Finally, moving on to income qualified. Our income qualified programs operated by DHCD are both trending in the red for this year. We saw pretty low participation in savings in the first half of 2021 compared to our goal. And we've learned from DHCD that they still anticipate being able to achieve the savings they forecasted for a filing for the full program cycle. But the way therm savings were divided equally for each year of the cycle was not necessarily reflective of how the programs operate. We learned that after the program year began, DHCD experiences a bit of a slow ramp-up period at the beginning of every EmPOWER cycle due to the time needed to renew contracts with their contractors. So some key takeaways are that although at this point we don't expect to hit goal for 2021, we're still quite optimistic that we'll be able to make up ground in 2022 and 2023. And with that, I'll move on to the next slide, just for some brief updates about our pilots. Our first batch of pilots listed on the left of the slide were approved in June of this year. All of them were scheduled to launch starting in 2022, and so far we are still tracking for that start date for all of them. For the midstream feasibility study, we're actively engaged in conversations with manufacturers, distributors, and service providers to collect sales data and their input on the potential for a midstream program model for our gas rebates. We're planning to compile their feedback into a final report before the end of Q1 2022. I've also personally been interested to hear some of the back and forth about the midstream program model in today's discussions, and we'll definitely take those into consideration and incorporate that feedback into our report. The online business energy advisor and the virtual commissioning pilots are both underway, with contracts executed with our implementation vendors and secure data exchanges in progress. The second batch of pilots were only approved a couple weeks ago in the end of October, but even still, we've made some significant progress since then. We're under contract with our implementer for the demand response pilot and are finalizing implementation details before beginning participant recruitment in January. The gas heat pump pilot is definitely going to be our largest project. We're finalizing contracting with our implementer and are in the process of collaborating with the evaluation advisory group on the baseline technology topics brought up by stakeholders during the approval process and during today's proceedings. And with that, this concludes our formal presentation. The Washington Gas team welcomes your input and questions.
Thank you, Ms. Moore, and welcome to practice before the Public Service Commission. I suspect we'll see you every 6 months or so.
Yes, thank
I
you.
was noting to my colleagues that I received my Washington Gas invoice yesterday, and I think I was paying about 25 cents towards the EmPOWER charge. We recognize that your utility is a little is behind some of the others in terms of building out the program, but there's also been the curveball thrown as well with COVID. Do my colleagues have questions? Seeing none, thank you. We will now transition to the last component of today's hearing with respect to the 3 work group reports that were filed on behalf of the EM&V team, the cost recovery work group report, and the combined heat and power report. So I will turn it back over to staff to walk us through these final 3 reports.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of Commission staff. I think I may have solved the issues with my connectivity from earlier this morning, so hopefully I won't be fading in and out on you this afternoon. I think we'll just take these kind of in the order as they're in the agenda. We'll start with the evaluation reports first. We filed 2 reports as an evaluation work group. One was looking at the how we estimate cost for the other fuels in our cost effectiveness analysis. And the other was the trying to take some of that AMI data from the disaggregated pilots and move that, how we could use that for enhancing our evaluations and other programs. I have Joe Loper with Loper Energy, the Commission's independent evaluator, who really spearheaded these 2 reports with us. We are available for questions, and any other of the participants are also available to answer questions from the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. Is this just with respect to the first work group report or all 3?
This is with respect to the first, this is respect to the EMB work group report, so there are 2 of them within the EMB section.
Correct, thank you. Right, the behavioral disaggregation and the evaluation of fuel savings. Commissioner O'Donnell.
So, Mr. Hurley, thank you for the presentation on the first work group. What specifically is the work group going to look at with regard to the disaggregation pilots?
So with those pilots, I believe when we have the final reports, we can look at what the final reports were. This report in particular was focused on how to take some of those AMI data and use that towards evaluation purposes. But we do not have a final report set up for the actual pilot themselves. I think that will probably be something we'll be reviewing in the next hearing in April.
Can I interject?
Please
this is Joe Loper. I would just say that I think there are, well, I guess I'm not totally clear that they're final reports, but there are reports in the SMECO has filed one and also BGE. And so we looked at those reports. They were specifically related to behavioral disaggregation. And as other people have pointed out, they were largely non-conclusive due to sample sizes and other things. And so, but we took a broader look at the question. The commission order it wasn't entirely clear to us whether the focus should just be on behavioral disaggregation or whether the question was a little more broadly directed at AMI use and evaluation generally. And so we decided, since we haven't really discussed that in any detail for a few years since the beginning of the last cycle, that we would just basically do a survey, see what we're doing in Maryland as part of the with AMI for evaluation, and also look at what other places are doing, talk to evaluators outside Maryland and see whether we're somehow behind the curve. And so I could say, without going into all the detail that's in the report, I can just say that our conclusion collectively as the evaluators, along with the evaluation advisory group members, OPC and MIA, and the utilities is that basically the Maryland evaluations are using the AMI data to the extent that it makes sense. And we're using, but we're not really going beyond that. And we didn't see a whole lot of opportunities to increase our use of it. Ideally, the holy grail for AMI use and evaluation is that you could go and measure or have a meter at a whole home level and have a level of disaggregation over time. So say 15-minute data that would allow you to parse out your refrigerator usage versus your air conditioner usage versus lights and et cetera. And I think the behavioral disaggregation pilot was kind of pointed us to the challenges that's a very difficult process. That would be great if we could do it, but really no one out there is doing it at this point. And the behavioral disaggregation kind of came to that same conclusion that they could not do it, at least for the purpose of evaluation yet. So I'll just stop there. We did do quite a bit of talking and thinking around this issue, and I'm happy to talk through it any more you want.
Thank you, Mr. Loper. So, Mr. Hurley, you're aware that the commission put in some guidelines for pilots so we can move away from either never-ending pilots that went on into perpetuity or pilots that didn't report their results or were ineffective in one way or another. We set some standards up for how you conduct them, what components need to be reported, and all of that in previous orders. But one of our senior advisors just sent us the level of reporting we got on these, and I have to review them again. And I think the work group did put something out on them. I have to review that as well again, but I just don't have the feeling that these were effective pilots. And they were when they were sold to us, we were told, yeah, we can do this. We can do this. This is going to be good stuff. And we'll be able to do behavioral modification based on disaggregation and various things since sliced bread. And now I'm hearing not so much. What do you think?
Well, as looking back on when these pilots were proposed, I know there were some parties that were concerned. I believe staff raised the issue that we were concerned with the ability to get that statistically significant information out of those two pilots. But we thought the information available from the pilots might be useful in trying to guide how the utilities could better manage some of their programs based on that behavioral information. As regards to all those standards for pilot evaluation, yes, that's correct. I know that a year ago during the hearing for the plans, we brought up several times that we wanted to see the utilities proposing pilots in that fashion of all the seven factors that the commission needs to evaluate a pilot report. And over the last 9 months now, we've gone through administrative meetings, and we've had some of those pilots come back in front of the commission that met those requirements. And when those pilots are up and running, the reporting part of that requirement will be in the semi-annual process when those pilots are up and running. And they should now be including sunset dates and what should happen after the end of the pilot. About whether there'll be recommendations at the end of the pilot, whether we should continue the pilot for more information, should it become a full program in EmPOWER, or should we just kind of learn the lessons and move on?
Yeah, I appreciate that. One of my biggest concerns is how that information is shared with other utilities, so we don't, keep recreating the wheel, and that everybody has a learning opportunity to benefit from these pilots. They're not proprietary to a particular utility. They're supposed to be a learning benefit for the state, and the commission and the staff need to kind of police that, because I think some of these utilities think once it's approved, it's all theirs to do whatever they want with it. It's not the intention.
Commissioner O'Donnell, this is Joe Loper again. We, as part of our evaluation planning for 21 to 23, it is clearly on the evaluators and utilities list to provide evaluation plans for each of the pilots. And so I think that was out of an order a year ago or so, relatively recently, that pilots are to be evaluated. Thus, the utilities and everyone are know that needs to happen.
Yeah,
So I
well,
think we'll
thank
be
you, Mr.
seeing
Loper.
something more rigorous going forward.
Well, they've been around for some years now, those requirements, not just from last year. They've been around for a while, but I will just say this, these particular disaggregation pilots to me, have two components. One, a very narrow, how do you tailor your behavioral modification programs to make a customer more efficient based on disaggregated data, right? And then there's the whole other thing of EM and V in a way that is not based on look back billing, but is actually based on real time data from the AMI, all geared towards utilizing effectively AMI. And I think we're just scratching the surface on the capability of that infrastructure, and we don't utilize it to our advantage. Sure did make a lot of money in terms of through ROE or ROI, but not sure we utilize it, and I'm going to continue to push in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any additional questions on this first work group report?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to also just the same sentiments that Commissioner O'Donnell has. I mean, when we authorized moving forward with these AMI, one of the purposes was to provide opportunity to provide or to give value to customers and to give them an opportunity to have control. And there were supposed to be energy savings that were supposed to come out of these. The report, it says that they're primarily useful for behavioral programs, but behavioral programs, we're leaning on behavioral programs more and more. So it's our expectation that these programs will become more and more sophisticated so we can truly count on them providing the savings of behavioral programs. So I hope we're not just throwing our hands in the air and, saying, well, we got, I guess we can't use AMI. Because I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell, this is a very valuable infrastructure that we have developed. And I just wanted to ask Mr. Hurley, as we move forward, I don't know if it's directly involved with the EmPOWER program, but I know the whole idea of the green button and making sure that this data could be available to non-utility participants. Maybe the innovation is not with utilities. Maybe we need to get this information out there so that the competitive markets can provide maybe the services, the information, the programs that I think we intended to come out of the AMI infrastructure. So is there any cross-talking between how this information from AMI can be made available to, again, so we can involve maybe non-utility participants?
Yes, Commissioner, under PC 44, the Future Grid or the Grid Modernization Public Conference, there is a work group dedicated to the green button information, how that is to be made available to all parties.
Okay, good. Well, I hope that side of this, again, it would be nice if we could use this data, these AMI infrastructure for the EmPOWER program directly. But again, I think maybe some of the real innovation is going to come from, again, outside the utility sector. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. If we can move to the next report.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the next group of reports came from the cost recovery work group. One was the kind of the status update on the performance incentive mechanisms proposals. And the second one was the rate design report that we kind of talked about a little bit earlier today in my presentation. I think OPC and maybe even MEA had some discussions on those reports. For the performance incentive mechanism report update, again, we are coordinating with the future program work group on that. I think one of the key differences with the proposals that we've seen before the Commission in the past and what we might see in the future coming up in April or even post-April timeframe would be the group feels that the performance incentive mechanism needs to be designed based on what the goal structure is going to be in the future for EmPOWER. So we're going to, again, that discussion with the future program work group is supposed to be held in January, February timeframe. So we're going to be looking to combine our efforts there. Well, we say combine our efforts. A lot of the same people are in both work groups, but we're aiming for the April 15th future program work group report to report out on that performance incentive mechanisms. And then with the, again, like I said earlier, with the rate design report, we have looking to coordinate with the other work groups that are available right now, so the commission can receive a consistent recommendation on appropriate rate designs.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. I recognize that your teams are working closely with the Chief Judge and his future programming work group effort as well. Do commissioners have questions on either of these two reports? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just generally, I was going to ask the question earlier in the day, and I thought I'd wait till we got to this part of the presentation. I wanted to ask about our general ordering of behavioral programs to be expensed on an annual basis instead of being amortized over 5 years like they previously had been. How is that playing out? How's that working? What are you seeing there in terms of cost recovery, Mr. Hurley?
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell, I think we'll have a better feel for that when we see the EmPOWER surcharge filings that will be filed soon and will be heard in front of the commission, in the late December timeframe. So the surcharge for 2021 that's currently in effect included the expensing of the behavioral costs and also included the expensing of all utility administrative costs. So that's already reflected in the current 2021 EmPOWER surcharge, and that will be continuing to be reflected going forward. And we'll be able to see more information in detail in the spreadsheets. We'll see when the surcharge filings are filed by the utilities.
Okay, fair enough. I'll wait. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Hurley with, sorry, Commissioner Richard.
I'm sorry. Would you like me to proceed?
Yeah, yes, sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Please proceed.
Mr. Hurley, you probably heard some of the discussion earlier today on the cost recovery work group and the concerns raised particularly by OPC about there being some confusion, how all these different work groups are supposed to come together under the cost recovery work group and provide some recommendations. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Is that something that you can, as staff, pull together and try to see if you can solve, or is that something that commissioners need to specifically provide guidance on in order? And then also on this concept of a work plan. Do you feel like you have a roadmap of how you're supposed to move forward, or is that again something that commissioners need to opine on?
Yes, Commissioner Richard, I believe that's something that staff can work on. I'm leading the other work groups outside of the Chief Law Judge's future power work group. So we do have a fairly detailed outline for the future programming work group. And what I'm working on now is trying to mix and match in other work group meetings to address the cost recovery and the performance incentive mechanisms issues as we move forward into next year and for the final report. So we don't have it down and it's not concrete yet, but it is being developed. And I think that hopefully that should help guide all the participants towards that solution that we're looking for.
Oh, good. Thank you. That's great to hear. I was somewhat alarmed to hear earlier that maybe there's this work group could be in somewhat disarray and or not having any guidance. So yeah, hopefully 6 months from now we'll be actually hearing recommendations and not hear, well, we got stalled on something and there's not consensus on this. I think that this is important enough that if there are anything the commissioners can do to help it along, I'd certainly like to know about it in more real time. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Hurley.
Okay. At this time, we'll hear from staff regarding the final report from the CHP work group regarding the incidental export of electricity.
Yes, thank you. So last but not least is the incidental export of electricity for the combined heat and power program report. As the commission is aware, Bloom Energy filed last year to be allowed to have an incidental export of electricity based on their fuel cell technology. In the order approving the program plan cycles back in December, the commission denied that. Bloom filed a rehearing request. Staff and BG filed comments about that. In regards to that rehearing request, and we offered up the ability to offered up a work group to further the discussions on the incidental export of electricity. We met late summer, early fall. As you can see in our report, we did not reach a consensus on what to do. I think the parties are still pretty set where they were last October in our comments. I'm sure the Bloom Energy has representatives and the utilities have representatives as well to answer any questions or at least further explain their positions.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. While there was some sympathy with respect to Bloom's position, the commission did deny on the record the request twice before allowing the work group to consider this issue and bring anything back to us. Apparently no consensus was reached, so I believe we're at the end of the line with respect to this issue now. Although, as you stated, we do have Exelon and the other utilities, as well as probably Bloom on the line today. So we'll provide the parties if Bloom is here and wish to speak to this issue.
Chairman, hi, how are you? Charlie Fox from Bloom Energy. Thanks for the opportunity. I'll be brief. I mean, I just want to express that I'm disappointed in the outcome of the working group. I had frankly expected this would be the sort of thing where we would have an opportunity to talk and try to come up with a resolution so that the issue didn't have to come back to the commission. We had entered into the discussions suggesting that a number is like 5% exports would be qualified as incidental. Frankly, expected the utilities to say, no, that's too high, maybe 1, and then we'd sort of meet in the middle at 3 or something like that, and the issue would be dispensed with. But it really wasn't that kind of a working group. And so we didn't get there. They weren't willing to counter any suggestion. I think the point I want to make that's really critical here is that if you look at the universe of EmPOWER programs, I think it's a fact that this one is different. That this program is the only program I think that has the effect, and it's an inadvertent effect, but has the effect of increasing air pollution in the localities where the measure is deployed. And we thought that making an adjustment in the program in a way that didn't harm any other ratepayers, that seemed to be in accordance with Maryland law, would be a way to sort of mitigate that effect and give both program administrators and customers the opportunity to choose, if they wanted to, a technology that didn't create local air pollution. But things didn't work out that way. And I think as I look at this, I wonder whether in this day and age, in 2021, in light of what's going on in the world, in light of all of the recent studies that have come out about the impact on human health of combustion-related pollution, whether the Maryland EmPOWER CHP program should continue, to have this effect. What it's really doing is taking air pollution from large central station generators somewhere out on the grid, transferring that air pollution into very often urban communities, and doing so with ratepayer money. And we just frankly think that somebody ought to look at that and say, hey, that kind of pollution matters, and we ought to take it into account. We ought to value it. If you look at the cost benefit analysis for this program, it places no value on particulate matter. It places no value on oxides of nitrogen. And frankly, every energy choice in the world has infirmities, right? I mean, we know solar doesn't work great at night. Nuclear power has all kinds of issues. All energy choices have infirmities. Yes, we have a challenge. We can't ramp up and down as well as we ought to be able to, and hopefully someday we'll get there. But the reality is the creation of local air pollution in often disadvantaged communities using ratepayer money is an infirmity. that ought to be addressed. And we just thought this would be an easy way to mitigate that by allowing a technology that didn't have that effect to participate. And we're disappointed it didn't work out, and I'll leave it at that and answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. As I stated a minute ago, and we've had these conversations before in prior iterations of this EmPOWER work group and the semi-annual hearings. Obviously, both staff, other utilities, as well as the commission expressed some concern. This is not without being blind to some of the benefits that this fuel cell technology provides both to the environment and to customers. However, we are a creature of statute, and the Public Utilities article, perhaps inartfully or without specificity, does not provide us with the latitude that you wish to have in this proceeding. And I would suggest that if this is something that Bloom wishes to pursue, that perhaps a change in the statute would get you to your destination in the quickest manner. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to engage in a dialogue with you, Mr. Fox, because Bloom keeps coming back with this. We keep saying no, and you keep coming back making the same arguments. And we didn't deny previously on 2 previous occasions your application to make this technology available in the EmPOWER Maryland programming. We denied it outright. And no, EmPOWER Maryland isn't to create revenues from excess generation. That's not a conservation program. So why can't you take your technology and apply it into the market without getting a subsidy from an energy efficiency program when you want to sell power into the market?
Thanks, Commissioner. Let me address that in a couple of ways. First of all, I want to make really clear, crystal clear, because it's been asserted a number of times. Earning revenue from exporting power is not a part of our business model. It's not what this is about. I'm just going to say it right here. We'd be perfectly willing to take any revenue that's earned from exports. We'll donate it to the Maryland chapter of the American Lung Association, to some group that the commission identifies that can help with these same issues. It's not about revenue. We don't even need to earn any revenue from export. This is literally a matter of physics. With respect to the market, that is my precise point. The market in Maryland is currently distorted by multiple incentives, both at the MEA and this program, that are being offered to combustion distributed generation.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about combustion. I understand that. I don't want to talk about downgrading another source of power. I'm talking about you and your proposal. I get that. We understand what CHP is. You don't need to explain it to us. But I am tired of kind of using up continuously on a repeated basis our time discussing this. I think we were pretty definitive in our previous orders, and quite honestly, you criticize staff for not coming to consensus, but you're criticizing us. And you coming to consensus with staff is not going to get you past our hurdle, or at least my hurdle. It's just not. I don't know how to get that through.
Understood, Commissioner. I want to be clear. When you say repeated times, there was a proposal from multiple years ago that this is a distinctly different issue today. Secondly, I don't know that we had a disagreement with staff per se. We had a disagreement with the program administrators in terms of whether or not this would have a negative effect, frankly, on anybody else that's a ratepayer or a program participant, and that it would open up opportunities, like you said, for the market. There is a lot of customers that pay into these programs, that some of which operate critical facilities that don't have a matching thermal load. And we think they should have the opportunity to do efficient on-site generation. And that if that's the case, that it ought to be a level playing field, not to have a stack of incentives on one side and none on the other. And that's really what we were trying to break through. You know,
what you're failing to see, Mr. Fox, excuse me, what you're failing to see is that even if you gave that power away or took the revenues from that power you put back onto the grid and donated it to your favorite charity is, or our favorite charity, or someone's favorite charity, no matter how worthy that cause might be, the ratepayers are going to pay that. And ratepayers shouldn't be in the business of giving their rate money through the EmPOWER program to some charity or someone else. It's just not, it's not what the program is designed to do. It's designed to reduce energy consumption.
I understand, and I think one of the points we're trying to make, and frankly use this as a way to mitigate against, is we don't think the program should be used in any circumstance to increase air pollution in the communities where its measures are deployed.
Should we expect to see you again with this?
It doesn't sound like that would be productive, Commissioner. You know what, would it be all right if I suggest something?
Be careful. Yes.
I will. I do think that, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I frankly am, mortified that you're that concerned about it. And I really want to make clear that we don't want to do anything in a way that burdens staff or the commission. In fact, that's the exact opposite of what we were trying to do. We thought a working group was for the purpose of avoiding having to come back to you. And that's why we went down that road. And so if we created any burden on the commission or the staff, we apologize for that. I think what it comes down to is we're trying to sort of be a square peg fitting in a round hole. And I think it doesn't necessarily follow that there's no place for non-combustion technologies in Maryland. And we'd like to try to find a way to work with your staff and other market participants to find the right place to fit.
I get it, and I appreciate that, and I think there is room for your technology. It's just not necessarily maybe in this programming, but I'm aware of Bloom's experience in Delaware. I'm aware of Bloom. I'm aware of other fuel cell manufacturers and the umbrella group that may represent fuel cell manufacturers. So once we start opening the door for Bloom, we're going to be looking at other people knocking on our door wanting to get that subsidy too. And I'm not sure we want to go there, but there may be an opportunity somewhere else to apply the technology, because I think it's probably a decent technology for all the points you make, just not here.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any additional commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Well, I just wanted to say, Mr. Fox, that on this one, I came down in the minority. I actually thought you had a very innovative technology, and I thought it fit very well under the CHP program, particularly for the points you made about cleaner air, the particulates. So in any case, obviously, there's not much I can do. I'm just one vote, but I hope maybe at some point we can reconsider this. I was an advocate of putting in the order to make sure you had a chance to go to the work group. Like a lot of things that happen in work group, you kind of hit that utility wall and nothing happens outside of what the utilities want to do. So in any case, I'm sorry that that's the end result in this case. I did have just one question. I thought you might be able to answer. It was brought up in the report that perhaps energy storage, some kind of an energy storage medium, could be a solution. I thought that was kind of an interesting idea. I was interested to know if that could be a solution to where incidental export might go.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your comments, first of all. And second of all, yeah, I think it is that we have actually done that in a number of situations. We learned over time, however, that it had a really significant increase in the cost of projects. And it also is, I'll just say it, it's unpopular with fire departments in terms of installations. So ran into challenges. I suspect it would actually have the effect of not allowing us to make the cost-effective test. But the answer is yes. Yes, that's something that we've done in other places, but it does have its own challenges.
Understood. Great. Well, thank you, and I appreciate your being here today. And
thank you, Commissioner.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and thank you to the members of this CHP work group as well, despite not reaching consensus. Well, this concludes this semi-annual hearing of the EmPOWER program for the first half of this calendar year. The Commission will look at all of the recommendations and requests made by the public as well as the program administrators, and we will endeavor to issue an order sometime in the very near future. With that, this hearing is now concluded for today. We are off the record and adjourned. Thank you.